Hi guys. Welcome to episode 18 of the Six Pack Podcast. We're getting close to the big 2-0.
My gosh.
Yep.
Wow.
Been coming up to that big 1 year. I was gonna have like a more syllables to that, but I don't.
That's true.
We're not old enough to drink in the United States, but
Not
old enough to
quite.
drink some places.
Episode 1 was December 17th.
Wow.
December 17th, but like I remember we were like the idea for this was originally cooked around in November-ish, sometime in November. So it's coming up to the spiritual month and then the actual month. Like it's like the
Right.
Queen. There's like two birthdays and all that.
It's coming up.
And the King.
Well,
and a lot of them.
today we're graced with royalty. Welcome, Jazzy.
Yes.
Hello. I'm back.
You're
you
back.
Fools. You fools, you've had me back.
Yeah, our first returning guest, I think.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Sorry for being 2 weeks late.
That's all right.
Things
You
happen.
get to do 2 roly-polies though. So
Yeah.
Not everybody can say that.
no, they cannot.
No.
Right. Shall we get right into it?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's just hop in. Why not?
Cool. Anything? There's tons probably to unpack about 17. I will admit
Oh, I never even opened it. I always do this every time. I forget
that
to actually go
I
and
have
look.
not. I looked at the comments briefly when they were coming through. I need to switch my accounts to look at our own goodies here.
I'm on an unlogged in YouTube. It's grim.
Yeah, that's a bad
Oh, well, because, I always end up using a different browser when we do this, and I close Firefox so it doesn't make my Wi-Fi wonky,
all right.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were discussing Harry being
Oh,
in
the
chat,
infamous the rules
yeah, the
layering, yes. The guys were giving the context, which
Damn,
is
somebody's bullying Jazzy in the comments. That's not very nice of them. Wow, how terrible.
Was that me?
It was you. It was you.
it was
Yeah.
bullying himself.
Yeah, he was bullying
Um,
himself.
That Jazzy. Oh.
And
Mr. T reminding us how many jackets.
oh
it
yeah,
was,
he
'cause
said
I
that
could not remember.
it was exactly
50.
50. Yeah.
50 jackets total. Now we're gonna have one that's more than 50.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and
Cool.
black. We'll get there. That's a spoiler. Shh.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Full of them.
Oh,
I've got my
Cool.
own clarification I wanted to make sure and make.
Sure.
Because
Go.
just the only clarification, this episode to the YouTube gods and my internet gods, I will not be saying anything. I will not be saying anything that may be deemed worthy of just knocking down my internet for a whole minute. I promise
was-
I'll keep things reined in and clean for this episode.
That was
PG
really funny.
13 only.
Yes, Natural Six, the famously PG-13 D&D show.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
just normal, innocent show.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly, Jesse. Exactly. Jazzy, have you got anything you want to bring up before we hop into the news?
No. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Yep. You're feeling good?
Yeah, feeling great. Much
Excellent.
better.
Excellent. All right, then let's waltz right into the news because we got a little bit to talk about here. October merch, lots of changes in the Patreon, I think. probably the most significant. We got, obviously, we had Clax finishing. Sounds like we'll have a new mini series from Alex. The context of the various other properties effectively will change a little bit. Sounds like Holly's going to do Endelian's diary in a little bit different form, a little bit more free form, a little bit less right in the moment, which will be interesting to see how that all goes. Any
We've obviously
comments?
we've
in
obviously got
particular?
Doug's big thing as
I'm
well.
opening
Doug's
it.
doing
Yeah,
something as well, which
I'm
is
in-
cool.
Doug.
I'm interested to see how that goes. Yeah.
It seems cool because it seems like because obviously like the cast have referred to different times like a bunch of like random stories and world building and backstory things they've sort of thought up and
Yep.
sent over to Harry like privately, and they've been talking about how cool it all is, whilst it all being very like secretive and no way for us to see it. So it seems like a good way that we're going to be able to see some of those things. Everyone's kind of get involved in some writing. That sounds very fun. And apparently a lot of Kel stuff has been, quite interesting based on, what they said on like cantrips and like action surges, that kind of thing. So I would be interested to see how those go, because that would be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love Doug.
Definitely. How many, maybe one of you guys can pull up the Patreon. How many
I can try. Oh, girl.
stories has Holly published?
As in Owen's memories.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get in there right now, but Adira is,
Let's find out.
as you can see,
It's going to
in
be
my
in the
face.
Element's Diary collection. Most likely going to be in that collection.
Adira, I'm gonna need those
Okay.
notes in a minute.
It's not in that collection. Oopsie whoopsie.
Is it a
Let's-
separate collection or is it just regular posts?
Oh, it is actually in its own collection, which is good. There's
38.
8 of them. Currently
Oh.
8.
Wait, for which one? Because Ellie's diary is 38, and
Yeah, but
Ellen's
that's
Memories
Ellen's-
has 8.
Yes, Ellen's
Okay.
diary has Ellen's memories has 8.
Okay, so there's 8
there are
stories
8
there.
stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're coming up on 10 of those, which is cool.
Yeah, move.
Jazzy, anything you, in seeing all these changes and stuff, anything that was really exciting you?
Exciting's the right word, definitely. I'm very excited to get a bit more Alex,
Mm-hmm.
because Alex just has so much wild energy. So to just see him, creating essentially the replacement to Clax, I'm really hyped for that. But I have a soft spot for Kel. So Kel's memories. Oh, I'm very excited for that one. But also the Harry and Aoife thing, the DM us, because it's just interesting just to peek into their brain a bit, because I love the behind the DM screen thing that Harry does. So to kind of get something more of that flavour, and with Aoife obviously having extensive DM experience herself, I think it's just a different angle.
Yeah, I think it's also very different when you have the opportunity to have a discussion, right? As opposed to, because everything Harry's done behind the DM screen has been written, effectively a blog posty kind of thing, right?
I guess all of their side content is in that format. This is the nearest thing they've done effectively to their own podcast.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
The most structured freeform thing. The most structured freeform
Yep.
thing. Although, is that doing the Ask Us Anythings a disservice? Or is it kind of like ironically apt because the Ask Us Anythings always turn out into chaos in the end?
Yeah. I think it's better for them, obviously, when there's less of them, because there's less chaotic energy to control, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like Jesse, I'm excited to see how that unfolds.
And I just think as well, it's good that they've given it a bit of a refresh. I think the Patreon content generally is extremely good value, extremely good quality. So I'm just excited that we're getting a bit of a rejig and some fresh stuff.
Yeah.
Because it just shows that they're still invested in this. They're still fresh. They're not just going through the motions. There's still that kind of energy that there was at the very start, which is quite tricky. You know, we're 40 episodes in, and they're still able to keep things fresh and energetic, and not get stale and boring. So, very excited.
Yep, the creative juices are still all flowing.
It's definitely kind of what you want. You want to keep that momentum going.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm also want to say, like, I'm also particularly excited for Eyes because, I mean, mostly just because Alex doing an audio adventure. Alex famously has a lot of range. So honestly, I'm honestly going to be entertained if there's going to be any of that element kind of brought into it. So that would be cool.
Definitely. We'll see whether I meets Emperor Palpatine.
Who has somehow returned.
Again.
No.
Yes. All right. Anything else you want to say about all this, guys? Like, there's some really cool stuff, obviously.
We've got
Natural 6
great
bath
stuff.
bombs.
Pardon?
That's pretty. You know, we got to talk about the Natural 6 bath bombs real quick.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
we've
excited
got.
about that.
Were the bath bombs announced?
Yes.
Yes, literally right in the middle of where you are right now.
No,
So
were they announced when we did the last episode?
No, I don't think they were.
No,
I think
because we didn't know
had-
what the mysteries
we
were.
were
We didn't know what the mystery
debating,
things were.
That's true.
Because I was telling you guys how Holly had said to us that they were like brand related, not Natural 6 necessarily specific.
Yep.
So that was it. It was the reveal of the bath bombs and everything else.
All right.
Which was like right at the end of the month. So yeah, it was
So
right.
yeah, let's start
right between recordings.
we're gonna do the merch rundown here. So here are the bath bombs. I have to say I'm not really a bath guy, so
Yeah, but it'll be fun for nice smelling stuff for your bathroom for a minute, and then you get cool dice.
Yeah.
But
I think that's like the most fun little bit of it, like getting dice
Yeah.
from the bath bombs. Encouraging.
I have to say as well, was I the only one who never heard of a shower steamer?
I had
No.
not heard of a shower steamer
sorry,
until. Had you heard of a shower steamer? Shower steamer. Shower steamer.
Streamer.
Here's the thing. So I like, not to go like too like personal or whatever, but like I've grown up always rather large. And so when I have a small bathtub, so it's always been a bummer that I can't enjoy a nice bath bomb. Very bummer. But shower steamers are cool because you don't need the bath for the shower. You put it in the shower and releases the steam. It's nice. So yeah, I have heard of them. I've never used one because, like I said, I never bought these things because I never thought I could use them. I might treat myself though, mostly because I want dice, but also because like I too would like to enjoy a nice luxury, nice smelling thing in my bathroom for a few minutes. You know, it's
You
like
get
the smells
6.
look really nice.
I think you get 6 in a pack.
Yeah, so that's nice.
A natural 6.
Oh, with the set, right? This one here.
Yeah, with the steamers, they come in a pack.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah.
Yep.
A 6 pack.
So you get one bath bomb,
Uh-huh.
and then you can get like in the steamers. There is going to be a set of all of it,
Yeah, this
which
is the
I
set,
probably won't get because of how much shipping might cost me.
right? Oh yeah.
But I think if I were to get anything, I think I get the Reliquia dice bombs. I get some dices, and then some shower steamers, so I can actually like enjoy the luxury. Because it's it's nice to have. Sometimes you just want the luxury of a nice thing, and I like it. Also, the Reliquia bath bomb is just beautiful. It looks gorgeous. Like
Yeah.
I could even like, I don't know, man, foot bath with the Reliquia bath bomb. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something nice.
It's kind of deceptive. How big do we think these bath bombs are?
Well, we can see the dice.
Yeah, they're about like 5 times the size of the dice. Yeah.
Yes, they're probably
about
like
that
palm
big.
sized.
Palm
Could be.
Yeah,
size?
they're
Yeah.
bath
Yeah.
bombs are usually rather large.
Mhm.
Like they usually fit in the palm of your hand. Because like, you know, you want them to last a while at the same time, like cuz they're meant to be a luxurious thing. You want to enjoy it. So they don't like disintegrate really fast. They do take a little bit of time. So they are like pretty much the size like this big most of the time. Like they'll fit in there. Then the variables after that depends on where you get it, you know, things like that. So obviously this one might be a little bit bigger just because it's shaped like a die and it has a dice set inside it.
Yeah. The thing which, like, this is a completely irrelevant question as it relates to this, but like the only thing that I can't help but wonder, like with these bath bombs, is like how solid is the bath bomb before you put it in the water?
They're pretty
It's like
solid.
I don't remember. Because like they
you
give
could
the
probably
appearance like
smash
they're
one.
a snowball that I could like probably like smash it if I
They
really
do
wanted
look
to.
like that. They are solid. I'm sure if you wanted to smash it, you could. It's soap.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah,
they are
probably-
like they are solid.
Yeah.
So you could probably break one up to do, like you said, Shan, the foot spa thing. So you could get one, break it up, and have about 5 foot spas.
Well, I don't think I would break it up just because that seems like a lot of work. But like, I could like chill out for a while. You know what I mean? Like vibe. Because like it's nice. Sometimes you just want to sit in a nice steamy room. Like you know, open your pores or just like I said earlier, enjoy a nice smell. Or a free dice set, as it were.
Yeah.
I'm so scared that I'm gonna be fighting for my life for this dice set, but it's like I don't get a second opportunity, unfortunately. So, and if I'm already gonna ask somebody to shop for me at MCM, I don't want to ask them to get me a dice like a bath bomb too. Like that just seems like so. I'm gonna try my best.
These are going to be out shortly, right? On the 10th,
Yes,
I think.
Friday.
The 10th,
Friday
yeah.
at. Hold
3
on,
PM
I have to.
BST.
Yeah, which is.
Clocks
10
haven't
o'clock.
changed, so it should be fine.
10 o'clock a.m. I have work. So, like, I'm a little worried about it, but maybe I can sneak away to try and get it.
Nice. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, man. It's really pretty. I bet it looks like it's going to smell amazing. And I want some cool dice. I'm a little dice greedy. I don't know what to say.
You need
I
all
would-
these D8s now to roll for Carl.
Yeah. Oh,
I
I forgot
would-
to take out all my D8s. Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh gosh. Oh, are we gonna do this later? Is this foreshadowing for later on? Okay, cool. The things with like the unfortunate thing is I looked at a lot of these because they do look cool. For like the shower steamers especially because like I've only really got the shower. It specifically says like, oh yeah, make sure you do this with like a well ventilated bathroom, and I do not have a well ventilated bathroom.
Do you have a window?
No, it doesn't come with a window. It does not come with a window.
Let's have a
You
look at
can't
this
do
here.
it.
I love I love flats in the city. They're interesting.
Oh, I know.
Cells.
I think it's it's in like the read more bit, but they look really cool and
All right, let's read more.
yeah.
Part of the Natural Six collaboration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How to use. Place one steamer on the floor away from the direct water spray. As it dissolves, the warm water releases fragrant oils into the steam. Ooh.
Yes.
Creating a spa-like atmosphere. Inhale deeply and let the scent surround you.
Yeah.
For best results, use in a well-ventilated shower. So
Sorry, Harry.
it's still doable, but maybe not. Maybe you'll have
It's still doable. It's just it's
Yeah.
already like I have to do a lot of maintenance because of the
Can
because
you crack a door?
well, okay, so the problem is like the closest door basically I kind of have to do if you've ever played the it's the Mario versus Donkey Kong games, which is
Okay.
kind of like it's kind of a little bit Lemmings coded, but like you know with like Mario and Donkey Kong, you've got like the little mecha Marios, and you've got to get them to like go along the path to like the victory
I have
thing.
no idea where this is going.
I'm
but
on the
I'm
DS.
continue.
listening, but you know.
Because of like air and all that. Again, geography. I got an A in geography, by the way, because of like convection currents and like air and like the density of air and this, that, and the other. The warm sort of like steamy thing has to go to the nearest like cold window, but the closest window that I have is like my bedroom window, and my bedroom is kind of carpeted, and I don't want this room to get moldy. I'm trying to avoid mold as much as possible. So when I've had like a sort of shower, I have to shut the main bath. I have to shut my main bedroom door in order to try and basically funnel either through the living room or through the kitchen to out to the next closest window, which means basically the air going across my entire flat.
Right.
It's, you know,
It can make your whole flat smell nice.
Yeah.
Before the
I don't know
mushroom
if
smell
that's-
takes over.
Yeah.
You smell
I
of somnium.
feel like we need to help you by investing in a dehumidifier, Harry.
Yeah, that's actually a really good
I
idea.
have one of those. They're amazing.
They're amazing.
They're great
Like-
for laundry as well.
Yeah, I do. So, like, for example, what I will say.
We were too late for the mountain house, but they helped before we found out there was already mold in the mountain house.
But it kind of is, but it kind of isn't. It's one of those, like, passive ones.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got one of the.
I've got
yeah,
one of,
yeah.
like, those little, like, things.
Yeah.
And this is just from, like, 3 weeks.
Dare you
Ay,
to
ay,
drink
ay.
Oh,
Please don't. Please
Oh.
don't.
very poisonous.
Not
Please
to,
don't.
Roll
Speaking of that, that was a
Constitution.
really good segue for me
Hmm.
here. I was looking at the
Uh-huh.
read more for the dice bomb set, and speaking of people who make stupid decisions like drink strange blue water, it says PSA: don't sit on the D4, which is a very
Oh.
specific reference to natural six.
Where does it say? Yeah, do not sit on the D4. Right there. Right
Very
there.
Yeah.
specific reference to natural six. You cannot get more specific than that.
All right,
The
so there's
fact
going to
that
be
there
three.
are
There's going to be
emojis on
300.
that-
Huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
according to this, Holly said they're bringing maybe, like, she's not sure how many they're bringing to MCM. She said maybe 50. I'm just hoping I get one. I mean, 300 sounds like a doable number, actually, for once, unless people plan on buying like 5 of them. Which do you need 5 of them? Leave one for Shannon. But
I feel like no. But yeah.
yeah, so I just want this and the steamers. I should see how much that is in Dolores. Let me
In Freedom Bucks.
yeah, 40 pounds sterling. I'm not typing pound sterling, but I'm just saying that out loud for effect. Pound, $2, $53. That's a little bit of a jump for me, but that's okay.
It's quite a.
It's still before my credit card bill rolls over. If they let me use my credit card, they don't always.
Fingers crossed, right?
If it has to come out of my bank account, it has to. That's usually what happens with when people pick up merch for me from MCM. It just comes straight on my bank account.
The actual bath bombs are $6.50 each, right?
The normal ones.
The regular ones, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
I think those are just
$6.50
factor
each.
ones. So
Pardon me, Harry?
$6.50. So like I think they're just individual. So $6.50 for an individual bath
Does
bomb.
it include the bag? Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holly
Yeah.
said they all come with a bag.
Bag of
Wow,
holding.
that's good value.
Mm.
That's good value.
Yeah. So it's like the only limited one is the Reliquia.
Is the Reliquia
dice
one
set.
with the dice set in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So pray for me, gang. I would like
All right.
one. They're really pretty. That's actually my favorite, like, color aesthetic. Genuinely, like, for the dice, the black,
The purple and blue?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Purple and blue are my purple, blue, and green. Those are my 3 favorite colors, and those dice got most of them. So I'm hoping I can get a nice set of them. They're really nice.
Yeah.
They're really
I know the dice
pretty.
are probably going to come like separately, but I just can't help but feel just like the ultimate opportunity of just like you have to use the bath bomb to have
No,
them
I
like
think
inside.
it's
It
in
literally
there.
says
If it
here,
is-
dude, that
Wait,
it's going to be
really?
inside.
It's
Yeah.
in there.
Oh
That's why-
my god.
That's what they're saying. Don't get
With
the.
dice
Yeah, that's why it's like
inside.
don't sit on the
Yeah.
D4. Okay, that's why they're
So
saying that.
They might
Got
be
it.
wrapped in there. They might
Mm.
be in a baggie so that they don't get damaged,
Mhm.
but
Mm-hmm.
like they probably don't literally look like this picture. They might be in a baggie, but the picture's full of. But we'll find out. Like I'm sure one of the natural sixers will tell us when they
Yes.
use it, because
Someone
obviously it's going to
will
take
yeet
me
this
longer
into
to get
water.
it than a British person,
Mhm.
because I am not British.
Mm.
I'm in America.
Yeah. Are there like is like bath bombs like one thing that tends to kind of get like held up in like, you know, foreign
I don't
custom
think
kind of things?
so. I shouldn't think so. Like, they can X-ray that stuff.
I'd imagine not, because a sniffer dog would pick up if there was
Yeah,
anything suspect.
if there
so
was
that's how you-
something weird in it, the sniffer dogs are supposed to be able to find what's weird in it. That doesn't mean the sniffer dogs can't be wrong.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about customs is that they like, and because obviously I've gotten mail from Holly before, because I have actually successfully gotten stuff from a merch drop. A customs form is on the outside of the box, and they have to specifically put what's in the box and what its worth is. So like they'll be able to look at that and be like, oh, that's why it smells like that. It's a bath bomb. Like, you know.
Yes.
Cool.
It's a soap.
And I believe that the person from Geeky Clean actually mentioned,
Are they
there was some-
around on the
because there were some questions. I'm not going to call them out specifically here, but I think they mentioned that because there was some question about shipping to the continent, because
Yeah.
the EU has very specific rules about anything cosmetic related
Yes.
for import. So my understanding is that all that got sorted out.
Okay.
But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I think that wasn't the only redacted that we had, because we had obviously like 2 redacteds that were like that were unknowns in between last time and this time.
Yes, we did. And
not just spoilers, but redacted spoilers.
redacted spoilers. So no warning.
Ah!
Jump scare.
Ben Star jump scare.
Oh, don't worry. If you play Dead Take, you'll get enough of those. Literally. Literally.
I screen grabbed his wink earlier. That was enough trauma.
Yes. So we got a bunch of goodies here.
A lot of them this time, yeah.
Maybe we just start here in the top left.
Such a cool design.
Yeah.
It is
Lovely
a cool
web
design.
t-shirt. It's the join the web
Another
collection, so
choice and a design.
yeah. It's very nice. I like I like both the back and the front, but I do like
Yeah.
luckily I do really like the insignia for the front, which is
This one
good.
here?
Yes.
so
It's good
cute.
because other things are based on it as we get further down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well noticed.
The
Yeah,
shirt is
personally, I'm personally always more of the fan of like the design on front kind of approach, just out of like a personal thing. Mostly because like, you know, I like kind of wanted to like demonstrate my things out in town, and it's kind of hard for me to like, if I'm out in town, kind of like casually, like it's like trying to hit like if any of you have played Deadlock, which is like Valve's new game, there's one character called Seven who has a really funny like parry animation where he basically just kind of like sticks his back and basically his bum out towards the enemy, and it was originally a glitch because people just kept turning that way to make it look like he was doing that, and then they just flipped the
Yeah.
animation to just make that standard and just make it canon.
God.
But you know, I can't exactly be like hitting that out in public. I want to show off like the web design all the time, so I'm always like, what's on the front? Dedicated. But honestly, it's a really cool design, and I like it's on a white t-shirt. Again, we got to get our good fill of white t-shirts, because like if I look in my drawer, and especially recently because I've been doing lots of polls of like which is the last shirt that I will iron in my ironing session today.
Red.
Like statistically, both times it's weirdly been green, Like I tend to accidentally finish off on a green. But it's statistically very likely to be a black or charcoal one because I've got lots of black and charcoal shirts purely by accident. So it's good to get that variety in.
It occurred to me, this is such a tangent, but like I'm sure people have noticed by now I'm like always the only one not in Natural Six Finery when we do these podcasts. To be honest, it's because of these cats. Because anyone who watches this podcast knows that Adira is constantly in my face. So I have clothes I specifically wear that I don't mind getting cat hair all over until I can wash it. So like a college hoodie, you know, an extra sports hoodie, things like that, like older clothes. But it occurred to me while we've been sitting here that I still have that extra that extra Newly Dead shirt over there that we accidentally got from MCM in the spring. That was the wrong shirt that I didn't know what to do with, and I wonder if I should just my cat hair Natural Six shirt. Just a thought. I'm gonna keep that in the noggin because I always feel bad that I'm not in finery, and it's because Adira will get all up in it. It'll be covered in cat hair, and then I'm always afraid to wash them. Yeah, and it's like the white shirt, for instance, is like they didn't quite have my size yet when those shirts first rolled out, which is like an understandable thing, like, but not a complaint. It fit, it's fine. But it's like I don't want to wash it terribly too much because I can't put it in the dryer. So it's like if Adira's all over my white shirt, getting her tortoise shell fur all over my shirt, but like I forgot I have an extra. Now I know what to do with it. Spare. I've been so torn over what to do with this shirt. Doc remembers. I've been so torn over what to do with this shirt for months. It's just been sitting there wrapped up.
You can work it out. And there are plentiful sizing options for the t-shirts.
Thank goodness. Thank you, Holly, as always.
So
you are my hero, Holly.
Cool.
She'll never hear this.
Looking good. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I'm interested to see how long it's going to take for this collection to sell out.
Like 2 people. Is there more? Don't say that. I'm scared. I'm frightened.
People have said things.
I'm frightened.
So I know that hoodies. So just moving on, because I think we could. Hoodies have been on the I think most wanted items for a while. Jazzy, how are we feeling about t-shirts and hoodies?
I think we'd use something for the colder weather.
Yeah.
And hoodies are great for so many, for cat hair.
Everybody knows. I'm a big hoodie girl. Yeah. Great for collecting cat hair, for
dog hair.
Dog, don't worry, I got them too.
All the hairs.
All of them. Listen, I'm a hoodie girl. Philadelphia is jokingly known as the sweatpants capital of the U.S. We love wearing like athleisure in Philly. So like I'm a big hoodie girl once it starts getting cool. And my basement's freezing. That's why I'm always in a hoodie on top of the cats. It gets cold down here, especially once winter hits. Love a hoodie. Hoodie.
I also like
under
a hoodie,
my jean jacket.
But I do prefer, and I believe I learned something because I was asking about this the other day.
Yeah.
That if it's zipped up, it's called a zoodie.
Is that what I just call them zip ups?
But
I didn't know they had their own names.
Anyway,
a poll for the Discord. Decide.
I take that information and I politely say I don't believe you.
Let us know what you. The only reason why is I asked about it and somebody said that to me, and then I Googled it, and there are UK suppliers of these items that refer to them as that.
Maybe that is a UK thing.
It could be a UK thing.
I've never heard that.
That would be.
I hadn't heard it.
We would do.
I hadn't heard it until someone mentioned it either, Shan. Because all the hoodies I have are zip.
Yeah. Zip-ups are nice.
So I do prefer zip. But I might give this a shot. Harry's watching the what is a zoodie TikTok in the background.
What's going on?
No, I think Adira was screaming in the background, and
Exactly.
I was hoping, because half the time you guys don't hear what my pets do.
Yeah.
I was hoping that one went under the radar, but then I heard Jazzy start laughing, and that's why
Passive
I reacted.
perception.
I was gonna let it go, but then, yeah, I don't know where she is, but she did in fact scream a second ago. That was weird. Anyway.
Leave a like, comment, and subscribe if you heard it. I don't know. Engagement.
Content.
I'm just gonna
Yes.
quickly
I think the hoodie
go
is
here,
Mhm.
because here you go.
He's showing his. I don't
uh,
like it, man.
I find it really weird as well, but
Yeah.
It's
cool.
a bit trying to be too cool for the kids like 20 years
Yeah,
ago. But a
like
bit
Gen Z stuff. Like, oh, look at here, Zoomers, we got a Zooty for you. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway, yeah. I think I might try and get one. If not, I think this is a good one for my daughter. This one.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, especially for the kids. Like, kids love a hoodie, man.
Yep.
For me,
They're so versatile.
the big kind of like theme of the collection is like good. It's crisp. Good.
Yeah.
It's time for me to just bash out Christmas
Yeah.
real quick.
Yeah.
I got a lot of like
Harry, have
people in the
you-
family who
I don't know
don't
if I've
watch
seen
any
you
of
in a
it, so
hoodie.
I'm gonna. I have them.
Yeah?
I just don't wear them.
or
Yeah,
on
he's
this.
usually in a t-shirt.
I mean, do you want me to wear one? I can prove to you that I've got them.
No, man.
save that.
I
Save
feel
that
like
for
that,
Christmas.
like that's like a t-shirt you can do, but anything more is just like offending your, design,
Offending my
sensibilities?
design.
your sensibilities about like, the
Thanks.
vibe that you're,
I thank
It's
you.
all about the vibe.
Question mark?
you're like, I feel like you're the guy who would be like going for the Natural Six polo shirt.
Yeah,
Yes.
that vibe
No,
feels
I-
correct. Yes.
I want to just sort of be perfectly honest. I was genuinely thinking about this. If there was like a
I'm gonna pop that in the merch chat. Holly, can we get? No,
yeah,
I'm just kidding.
if there was like a
Just
like a
for
polo
Harry,
shirt
can we
or
get
like
him a polo shirt?
yeah, like a polo shirt or something like smart. I mean, like
An official uniform for the mods.
literally just grabbed out the first one and I've got like the classic kind of ones, or this one,
A nice
Like,
button
regular
up.
shirt.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Give me a Natural Six like shirt with like a collar on it, and boom. Because
collar,
I just feel
collar. Okay.
A whole
Well,
collar.
Maybe
I mean-
a bow tie.
no. Like what I mean is in like it's got a collar on it, like a polo shirt, because the polo shirt's got a collar on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to love polo shirts when I was like middle school, high school. Like I
Yeah.
used to be on my middle school's television like group, the club SLTV, and when I got my official SLTV polo, I felt so fucking cool.
They
So cool.
make polo shirts. They make me feel safe.
That's
they
how
make me
cool I
feel
felt,
safe.
Doc.
They make me feel confident.
That
I feel
I
safe.
don't normally slip on this podcast. Y'all
Well,
should be proud of me
yeah.
because I drop f-bombs all the time.
We expect it from Harry, but
Yeah.
Yeah, we expected it from Harry, but not from the Philadelphian. I can't believe you would betray us like this, girl from Philadelphia.
I'm behaving myself.
I need to go birds from Doug before I explode because he went to school here. I need to go birds from Doug.
We've got the web jacket ominous edition.
Yeah, I think this
Yes.
is my favorite item.
Yeah.
This is really cool.
Holly did mention, I think, at MCM when we were talking to her about stuff that this was her original preferred color.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have it when they did the
At
first.
the time, yeah.
I
One,
will
so.
say Holly knows how to model a
Yes.
jacket. That's
Mhm.
that's
It's the
catwalk
hair.
slay.
It's the like
Yes.
she threw her hair all around. Like
Yes.
it's such a cool look. I was saying to Kenneth, because Kenneth and I had a long conversation about these, that like I might have gone for the black if I didn't already have the previous one,
Mhm.
but I also have so much black because I just have a lot of black. So I was almost content. Like I'm pretty content with just keeping that like MCM exclusive and just not getting the black one. I feel like I've succeeded, I feel like I'm good. And I'm mostly trying to talk myself out of really wanting it because there's other stuff from the collection that I don't have that I think I would rather have than another jean jacket that I'm then debating which jean jacket to wear.
Which one to
But-
wear? Yeah.
Yeah, but all my like chill pants are black, so it's like it feels like a no-brainer to just stick with a denim jacket because like if most of my pants are black, why would I, it
Yep.
works because my jacket's not black. You get me.
White polo.
White polo, black
white
denim
polo,
jacket.
black denim jacket.
Harry.
Basically my outfit from 2007. It is when most of you weren't born. No,
Wait, no, most of us. What? Maybe one of us at most.
Did you also have dyed tips?
I did a few years before that. At that time, I had purple hair, ready
Okay.
purple hair, and lots
Okay.
of stripy jumpers, and yeah.
I'm visualizing it.
We
I can
had
see
fun
it in
in
my
the
mind's
noughties.
eye. We sure did.
Yep.
We had MySpace.
We did. I was just
Bebo.
getting like, listen.
Bebo, MySpace.
I've been thinking back to this time a lot because I've had to explain my history with My Chemical Romance, and like that
Same
was in
era.
this time period.
Yeah.
So like I've been like mentally revisiting what I remember from this time period like a lot recently. More than I thought I would because it was terrible.
MSN Messenger.
Yeah, MSN Messenger. Oh man, I loved MSN Messenger actually. Loved
Nudge. Hated the nudge actually.
Yeah.
But I miss it.
It's a little bit different. It's a little bit later for me. Being a young adult during the grunge era.
it. Yeah, I mean, I was 2007. I was 16 for much of 2007. So
Harry's trying not to say anything.
I know he is, and
We'll
he
just
as he
yeah,
well should.
We'll just
say
move
nothing.
swiftly on.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
jacket.
what's next? Yeah, the
What does
it's just
nudge?
so
What does
cool.
nudge mean? I'm sorry, I gotta.
Oh
'cause
my god!
What does that mean?
What?
Now we gotta explain what nudge
Emma
is.
said nudge.
Huh?
Imagine being
nudge.
DM'd. Imagine
We're-
being DM'd, but it shakes your screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah,
like
no-
you know when you have your phone on Do Not Disturb and someone says notify anyway. That's the
Oh.
closest
That's
I
a-
can think of.
That's a nudge.
Right.
That yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we call bad
to
user
wake-
experience.
like yeah. So if you're not paying attention to your window, it like shakes your messenger window to draw your attention to it. Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
Right. We already talked
Jacket
about the vinyl. I'm actually very excited about
Yes.
how it looks because they've really done a nice job of showing off the actual I guess the card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sleeve, I guess,
That's
is
it,
probably
sleeve.
the best.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah.
sleeve.
beautiful. It's
Proper name, the-
absolutely beautiful.
Sleeve's great. Obviously
The
they've
golden
got
reflections.
each one is numbered and everything.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really impressive.
What did you think of the coloured vinyl? The blue vinyl.
Oh.
The blue vinyl
I
looks
love
great.
As someone who loves buying colored vinyls, as someone who just got a colored vinyl, I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
It's beautiful.
I didn't know they did vinyls in that color. I didn't know they did.
You could do any color you want, babes.
Wow.
Have you heard of green?
Yes.
Yep.
Now I
So,
know the color green.
Yeah, like I don't have it with me, and I'm not gonna go get it because I'd have to take my headphones off. But like for instance, I just got the deluxe remaster of Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge, the My Chemical Romance album, and it is. They had a couple variants you could choose from. I couldn't get the one I wanted; it sold out before I could commit. But I got the second one, which is they call it a Corona, and it's not Corona. It might be Corona still. Yeah, it's like blended with like red, and then it's got black mixed into it. And then I almost have a matching one because my Evanescence Fallen 20th anniversary is the same thing but blue. So it's like blue with like black like threads woven through it. They're beautiful. You can do beautiful stuff with a vinyl. Really cool stuff. Yeah. This is beautiful. I
Sweet.
love that shade of blue.
Jazzy.
I think we have to be honest here. The anxiety is all about it selling out in 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I'm using, as Indiana Jones perfectly put it, top men.
Top men.
I use that
yes.
quote all the time whenever I talk about like the people I ask to do me favors. I'll be like, top men are on it. Top men.
I'm definitely working from home on merch drop day.
On merch drop, yep.
Yeah, that's
I
gonna be
will
a scary
be-
day.
I think I'm. Yeah, this will be something I try and get at MCM. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
We'll
I mean
see.
that's why I did what I did last time. I picked exactly what I wanted, what I was prioritizing, and then if I got lucky, I could get like an extra pin
Mm-hmm.
during the merch drop.
Mhm,
It's like you
mhm.
gotta prioritize. And I just did the math and I'm a little anxious.
Yep.
I think the
So
main thing is
the-
just make sure you set up your, because it runs through like Shop and Shopify. If you,
Yes.
the biggest recommendation is basically just like make sure you've effectively kind of gone through on at least one website's kind of like Shopify shop checkout thing, because it will generally save the settings over onto other checkouts. Yeah, make sure you sign into your PayPal. If you're using PayPal, make sure you're signed into your PayPal immediately, or like
Ahead of
the
time.
day
Yeah,
ahead of time.
Ahead of time, for sure.
Yes.
Dice trays look cool.
I love
So
the web
pretty.
one. The web
Yeah.
one's amazing.
They were both on the last episode, or not both. One of them was on the last episode.
Yeah.
They both were.
Were they both?
Yeah, because when I rewatched the episode,
Uh huh.
it astounded me that I didn't notice until near the end of the second rewatch, which Holly found amazing because I was
Yeah.
commenting during my rewatch in the chat, and I only noticed late into the second time watching the episode. That's the merch hiding in plain sight. And I
It's
didn't
hiding in plain
notice.
sight, and actually, Alex and so Aoife almost leaks it at the very end because she's holding. It might be Action Surge. She's actually holding it
Yeah.
up, and she's about ready to lift it so that you would see the web logo in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And Alex puts his hand on top of it to avoid her showing it. So
He had to make up for last time with the cards.
yeah.
I mean, it's out now. We know that it happened now, so we can talk about it. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
It definitely happened.
Now, see, here's the thing. The hardest thing is going to be picking which one I ask for, because one is MCM prioritized, the other isn't, and I don't know which one I want more.
You'll have to get
They're
your top
both
man on it.
Beautiful.
a little bit of spoiler. I already got one of Danielle's dice trays. I already ordered one. So I don't need 3.
No.
I have a couple others anyway, but the one I have that is quite old has seen some war. So the opportunity to get one, I think, will be nice. With the price point, I think this might be one of the things that, at least at MCM in particular, would be a little bit easier to get because
Yeah.
it's quite a bit.
And that's why I'm only getting one.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
I'm limiting myself to one.
do not
don't
need two.
No, I
Um,
barely play D&D. It's mostly for when I'm like with you guys, because I use the dice tower because that's the easiest thing to reach. I have like a cheap dice tray, but it's holding something, so that's why I always use the dice tower, because I can't.
Yeah, it's
you know.
hard to. So I'll probably try and. I'm torn because, on the one hand, I like the natural 6 one.
Exactly.
On the other hand, the web one, of course, will be exclusive at MCM.
Exactly. That's why it's tough. But I feel like, though, you know what? If I sacrifice the denim jacket because I have the natural 6 jacket, maybe I should get the web dice tray and sacrifice.
Are they
It's
the
so
same
hard
price?
because it's
So,
yeah, they're the same price.
they're 10 quid more.
Oh,
so.
really? For me, they're not.
The denim jacket's 70
Oh,
and the
denim
sorry.
jacket. I thought you were talking about the dice trays.
No, the dice trays are both they're both
Yeah.
the same price, yeah.
Cause like, oh my gosh, they're both so pretty, but it's
Yeah.
like, how do you
This one
choose?
I think is tricky to see because it's the black
like the
velvet.
shininess. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
hard to see the
shininess of it.
shininess.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we'll see.
Holly, how could you do this?
It's
to
a
me
tricky
anyway?
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. You interested in a dice tray, Jazzy?
Yeah, the blue one.
Hmm.
He already knows.
Yeah, I've already decided what I want to at least try and order
Yeah.
on merch drop day. Yeah, the blue one, because I don't have a dice tray. I've rolled roly polies in a pasta bowl before. You know, I know it's just heresy.
What?
What? I know. I'm just
I
wild.
did that as like a joke one time.
Well, there you go. I love the joke. No, I just want the blue one. The blue one looks lovely.
Yeah.
It'll go. It just goes. It's just lovely.
Yeah.
I do love the web one,
Yeah.
but I'd choose the blue one.
If you
And-
like hard-edged dice, then a dice tray, I think you definitely want. Because otherwise it can be really hard on them.
Yeah. Because if I get the bath stuff, I'll have two similarly hard dice.
Yeah, I think maybe it's Kenneth who mentioned that his original Kickstarter ones were getting a bit rough around the edges from quite a bit of use. But
Yeah, it looks great. They both look great, but I think
they do.
Partic-
They do.
and the blue one would go with the vinyl if I somehow successfully get vinyl.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. All right. What are we thinking about key rings and ornaments?
I'm getting that. I'm getting the ornament. I'm fighting people for the ornament though. The ornament's so good for
It's
£10 as well. Hell yeah.
It's going on my Christmas tree if I get it.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. It would probably, if I got it, it would either go at my desk or in my car, like off the rear view. I like hanging little things on my rear view.
If when would you put your Christmas tree up, Jesse?
Oh, I put it up I put it up generally sort of third weekend of November. So
Oh wow, okay.
So early. I get looks at work when I tell them wait till they find out I keep my tree up till the end of January. So yeah, so it'll get a lot of use, and there'll be places it can go when the tree's down. So
That keychain is really pretty though. I kind of really like the keychain.
But yeah. So the thing with the ornament is like I just think it's really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get it because like I don't have a Christmas tree, but like my mum and dad does, and it's like just a good little kind of like fun thing to get, and it's multi-purpose too. You can either use it as like a Christmas thing, or I think there's kind of like there's like three brands of people who might like get it. People want to pop it on a Christmas tree. People who like might want to do it if they're ever like wanting to like cosplay like an army general and like have it be like a sort of medal. It's giving Medal of Honor kind of vibe. The third one, the third audience I think is also like ninjas because like they look sharp. It look I mean like it looks sharp. I gotta be honest. It looks like a ninja star, but very cool.
It does look very sharp. You're right, Harry.
Yeah.
I know I'm going into this episode with a vibe. I very much am sort of gonna go out and say like, don't attack people using the different Natural Six merch. It's a bad idea. Don't attack people in general. But
you can throw the star. You can bash them with the dice trays.
Right.
I mean, like with the dice bombs,
Strangle them with the hoodie.
Strangle
with
them
the dice
with a
bombs
hoodie.
like Hitman. The dice bombs like Hitman. It's like it's solid enough to do that, but then it like sprays all over the floor and like you've then got no evidence. It's then got no evidence, so that's all good. Yeah. And like the vinyls. I mean, if you played like Xenoblade Chronicles and if you played like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or 3, like there is one or two characters who basically dual wield things that you could pretty much say are vinyls, and they just freaking like throw them like frisbees. It's amazing.
Yeah, sure.
Don't do any of that. It's a bad idea.
there you go. Listen
Don't
to
do it.
Harry.
Harry says, "Behave yourself.
Not nice.
Behave
I'm
yourself,
just like,
kids."
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys know I like a trinket. I love trinkets. I love little guys. So like the last three items on here are like, well, especially the pin. I collect pins. I have not made that a secret. That's why like the second Kenneth found out that they were selling the pin, he like let me know. He was like, because I can't keep a track of all the channels, so he was like, just so you know, Holly said they're gonna be selling the pin. I was like, yes, because pins are like my number one. That was the thing I tried to get at the last merch drop, was just an extra pin, because I like to wear them, but I also like to keep them safe, keep them secret, keep them safe. And one of the things my grandmother and I have been talking about doing for years was shadow boxes with all my pins, my grandfather's pins, because my grandfather was a pin collector when he passed away. I decided to be a pin collector. I'm sure I've told that story on here before. So I absolutely, the pin is no matter what, I'm getting a pin, because that cute little guy with his little hands in the door, he has to come to my home. He has to be on my bag or something. He's so cute. Like, I love the keychain too, obviously, because it has like the open door version.
Yeah, that's effectively this again, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, it's the one is the back of the shirt art, and the other is the front of the shirt art, which I think is really cool. I have a bag. I have one of those Kipling bags that has a little hook specifically for a little bag charm. So like I could put that on my bag. Like, I just love a trinket. Trinkets are great. They're a little thing that like allow you to rep what you like on anything. And so yeah, I'm always down for a cute trinket. Trinkets are absolutely on my list of like possibilities, especially because they're also easy to ship. So even if like I can't get big items, small items always come. Yeah.
You loving a trinket, Jazzy?
Do you love trinkets?
It depends on the trinket.
Oh, okay. He's more specific than I.
But the ornament and the keychain is just, yeah, I love all
nice.
they're pretty, and I can make room in my pocket for that. And
Definitely,
the ornament will go on my tray. The pin, I feel like I think I'll probably save that for you.
Thanks. You know, gang, listeners, if you go to the panel, you get one of those for free if you reserved a spot at the panel. That's the secret pin. That's him right there in the merch drop. Holly told us how that happened, and that's tragic. But yeah, it's very fun, very cool. Everybody, now you guys get a cool free pin if you go to MCM and go to the live show.
I can't remember, Harry. Did you sign up for the?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did sign up for it. There's going to base it. I can't unreserve
Pick up
the
his
ticket.
free pin for him,
So
Doc, and
there's
send
at
it
least
to him.
one pin. There's at least one pin that's gonna be going.
No, Doc could ask for your pin, depending on who's handing
Yeah,
it
because
out.
I didn't get there early enough to get the pins. So.
Oh, okay.
I
think I can change the name on the ticket.
Well, is there even a name on the ticket?
Exactly.
Oh.
You could just have my
This
ticket
is going
if
great.
you want. Yeah. Okay, we're doing deals just out of it right now. Cool.
Excellent. My name is Harry Petch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like can I have my pin,
believe it.
please? Please, sir, may I have my pin?
May I have my pin?
Harry.
Yeah.
You
Yay.
iron their shirts.
I have a collar, see?
I'll get one for you and send it to you. I'll iron your shirts for you. Yeah.
Just come in there with exactly like 7 cookies or something. Like, this must be him.
I'll bring a bowl with me.
For our audio listeners, since you
Excuse me.
can't see what we're looking at, there's also here, we didn't talk about it because we didn't have to, but if you're only listening to us, there's also a digital download of the Reliquie album.
Yep.
So
thank
that
you, Shannon.
you can buy it digitally if you can't get the vinyl, like, or if you can't go to MCM or you don't have a record player. And Holly did say if you do have a record player and you do want to get both, which is like my case, but obviously if someone picks up the vinyl for me, I can't take advantage of this. But I'm going to tell you anyway, there's a bundle where you can get like £5 off if you get the digital download and the record together. So there you go. That's for our audio listeners.
And don't forget to check out the YouTube channel for a preview of.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Thank you, Jazzy.
The most structured videos on the channel.
Yeah.
It is a very structured video.
Well, it's so structured. It goes so smoothly every time.
Yeah.
compared to
Yeah.
literally any other video.
I think there's supposed to be. Holly said they had to move. There was supposed to be a video of them going through the process that was supposed to come out, but they had to move it. So I don't know if
I think
we're
that's moved
still...
to this month. That's,
I
that's
went
moved
to
to
go
this month.
look.
There is an interview with the composer.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
really good.
that's it with Harry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be
Cool.
another one which is like their reaction to listening to it that comes out sometime this month, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something like that.
All right.
The only thing I want to say before we go, because there's the natural
Yep.
sixes ornament, because I just want to highlight I love the details of it. And I
It's
was just realizing, I just had a revelation. I'm genuinely going to put this in like the suggestions channel.
Assassin's Creed Revelation. Yes.
Yes. Dude,
Go
it's
on.
so nice. I mean, look, natural six logo fidget spinner would kind of go crazy.
Oh my god!
I was doing this as been like,
knew
oh
it.
fudge,
I
that would go
knew it.
so crazy. If you had if like the thing around the outside like spun and you had like the middle bit and you could just like fidget spinner it, that could be epic.
Holly, if you're listening, please do not make a natural six fidget spinner. He'll be
Holly, if
unstoppable.
you're listening, please
He'll
can
be
you make natural six
unstoppable.
fidget spinner? Can you do it, please?
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
It's gonna be it's okay. It's gonna be the. You aren't gonna believe
Hold on.
it, but I
Hold
got
on. What is the DC for this persuasion check, Jazzy?
roll roll first.
I already rolled.
Roll
I have rolled it.
15.
You want me to message Doc it?
15.
15.
Oh, okay. Wait, but what's my plus modifier?
Roll.
I'm not saying I've got any plus modifier
I feel like you're not
to-
that persuasive of a guy, Harry.
No.
What the hell?
Wisdom minus
You
one.
made him say a
come
cuss.
from?
He didn't censor himself. You did it.
Where did
You
this
did
come
it.
from?
Oh,
I'm
you
not
got the-
charismatic.
It got the. Yeah, you got charisma.
Can I just have guidance? Give me guidance
Okay.
and we make this fair. Okay, good.
So Shan needs to roll a d4.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, okay. Shan needs to roll a d4.
I've
So I'm going to.
DM'd this.
I have to literally message
D4?
Doc because I don't
Okay.
trust anyone else to sort of
Oh,
negotiate this.
girly
But I
pop.
rolled
I rolled a 4.
Okay,
on
so
the
plus
D4.
4.
because that's what genuinely I have rolled.
Okay.
4.
Okay, no. So
Well-
I rolled a 17 and then I
Well,
rolled a 12.
Thanks to Shan's guidance of plus
Thanks,
4,
Shan.
you have passed the DC check.
Good. So I'm allowed
So-
to ask. I'm allowed to ask Holly to make a natural six fidget spinner. I think
All
that
right,
would be a good idea.
so
I'm
the
afraid
messages
so.
I'm putting in the merch drop are polo shirt for Harry and natural six fidget spinner for Harry.
Because like you could
Holly's
make a
gonna
web, you
have-
could
be
make
so
a web
excited.
version. That's the next exclusive item. The
Right.
web fidget spinner.
Oh my god.
Like that would go double crazy, and then that would look like a batarang as well. So we're keeping in like theme.
Oh man.
like,
What have
legally
we
distinct.
done?
What have we done?
my
What am I
God.
doing?
layers.
What have I
this is-
done?
We're gonna have to clip this and send it to Holly. All right.
Well done, Harry.
Let's. I think we're all thirsted out on the
Yeah.
merch.
Get us back to normal things.
Yeah. Couple cast items, which we'll go over. Tactics is out. I'm sure we will talk about tactics. There is a Nintendo Switch box from modeled by Shannon.
Wait, hold on. There we go. The light. Ordered directly from the Square Enix store. Thank you, Holly, who was online with me when I bought it. It had nothing to do with it, but she was there. So thank you, Holly.
Sure. As a
Come on. There we go. I'm enjoying it so far. I haven't played much, but I'm enjoying it.
I'm sure we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So Tactics is out. Benjamin Starr and Harry McIntyre are both in Tactics.
Yes. I haven't gotten Harry yet.
You will meet Ben early on. It'll take probably, depending on how quick you are, 10 to 15 hours to get to Harry.
One day. Wait for me, Harry McIntyre.
Wait for me, Harry McIntyre.
I'll be there one day.
Yeah. Depending how fast you are.
Yeah.
Speed run being like Harry percent speedrun. How fast can you get
If
to
you
hearing
were
a Harry
if you were
McIntyre voice
quicker
line?
to Harry's character, let us know in the comments.
Whenever I think of Harry McIntyre in Final Fantasy, there's this clip that went around between the Final Fantasy 16 shipping community from when he was playing with Ben, and he was playing the opening scene where Clive and Jill are together looking at the moon or something, and he goes, "Oh, that's nice. Is that his sister?" And Ben just looks right in the camera and goes, "Nope." It takes me out every time.
Nope.
There's like, it's a very understated moment because like Harry doesn't really respond, but Ben looks directly at camera, is like, "Nope." Takes me out every time.
That is good.
Right
It's a
on.
good clip. I'll find it later.
The
yes.
Golden Joysticks shortlists have been announced. We have Alex for Best Performer. So you can go to the Golden Joysticks now and vote.
They are votables. Yes, they are completely public.
They are
Unlike
votable.
some award shows, Jeff Keighley.
Who's hosting this year?
Good question.
Good question. I have no idea, Jazzy.
They might not have said yet.
Yeah. Although it would be coming up relatively quickly.
They were
so
because the year Ben won, it was on my birthday, and I remember thinking, "You're welcome."
Jazzy getting flashbanged.
Yeah.
Has not yet been confirmed.
Okay. So yes, Alex for Best Performer, Ben for Best Supporting Performer. So
Which one
Great.
is that for Ben's?
Verso.
Oh yeah, no.
Which was kind of how Doc
Yeah.
and I had discussions where we were trying to figure out who would go for what, and that tracks with what we were saying when we talked. Because he's not technically a lead. He's like he's technically a lead, but not really. So
with Jen being
so it makes
on
perfect
lead.
sense. Makes perfect. Yeah, and Jen is Alex, poor Alex,
Jen,
up against Jennifer English.
there was a great picture of the two of them, I think.
Yeah. Really good
from
picture.
2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be interesting.
That I don't have to choose between Harry and Alex, Ben and Alex, thank God, but I do have to choose between Jennifer and Alex.
Yeah, you can.
And that's worse. That's
you
almost
can make
worse.
your. Did you play the altars, Chat?
Not yet. I might actually get it this when my credit card bill rolls over if the sale is still going on though, because it is on sale again. But I literally have my wish list open, so it's right there. I see it on my wish list. It's still on my.
Who else
list.
has played the altars?
Yep.
Finished it, Jazzy?
No.
No.
I'm terrible for finishing games, but no, it's really good. I've put more into it than some of their other games, so it's great. I mean, I played the there was a demo.
There was a demo. Yep.
I played that, and then.
Did you play the altars, Harry?
Not yet. I mean, it's on my list, but my list is also 150 Steam wishlist games currently.
Yep.
Hopefully, I'll be in a better situation in the coming months, like to be able to catch up on the stuff I've not been able to this year.
I think
Stuff still to come.
I did a wish list clean out. Let's see.
I finally bought something off my wish list, but it was repo. So
Let's
it
do a
wasn't
comparison. How many items do I got here? I don't know how to count. You told me how to count last time, Harry.
How to count the games on Steam?
No, on how many you've got in your wish
It
list.
says it on the.
If you just go to
on the
store.
If you go into your wish list on the far left side, it says what position your games are on. Just scroll down to the last one.
Just on Steam, there's an easy way to do it. If you just look on the top search bar these days, because they just updated the. Do you have the updated Steam store? Because it.
There we go.
rolled out.
It's in the top right hand corner with a star there. Yeah, 183.
Ooh.
That's a cleanup for me. I'm 5 items in your wish list, Jazzy.
I have a habit of buying the wish list.
Yeah.
But also, I've got a PS5 and a Switch, so it's like.
I've got lots of indies there and a ton of stuff. So Yeah.
Oh, the sale ended. I refreshed my page and the sale has
Oh.
ended. But it's fine. It's still on my wish list. It's not going anywhere. I'm going to get it
I mean,
regardless at some
Eventually,
point.
yeah.
Things are just about to get really expensive for me because I have New York Comic Con this weekend. I have Montreal in 2 weeks. And then like Christmas season's coming up and everything else. So it's like I have to balance. Oh, and I bought like Distant Worlds tickets and I bought My Chemical Romance tickets. So it's like, it's that time of year where I start balancing, like, can I wait to get this versus do I really want it right now? Which
Right
is
now,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
there
And
might
you
be
bought
some-
Tactics, right? Too. So
I haven't bought it for the PC yet. It's in my wish list, but I did get that for my Switch because I thought I would enjoy it more on my Switch since I'll be traveling soon. And I can always get it for the PC. Like, I'm in no hurry, but I wanted to have it for my trip. So.
cool. Yes,
Yeah.
Jazzy.
I'm just saying, November's normally a good month for bargains.
Yes, exactly. That's why I love being a November baby too, because sometimes people give me money, and then I can
When
use it for the
is-
deals.
When is Thanksgiving this year?
It is. Oh, it's really late this year. Actually, it's like the very last week of November. Actually, because November is like super weird this year. Because I thought I was gonna be away for a wedding the week of Thanksgiving, and I looked, and it's actually the very last week. So Thanksgiving is the 27th this year.
Wow.
Very, very late. Yeah,
late then.
like
Isn't
Yep.
that close to
Very
when
late.
Black Friday is?
so. Black
Yeah.
Friday is the day after
The
Thanksgiving.
day after Thanksgiving.
28th.
Oh my
Yeah, the
days.
28th. So basically,
What's gonna happen? Has that ever happened before?
What, that Black Friday's after Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
For a year.
That's every year.
That's how
Well,
it
no, 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 no,
started.
no, no, but like what, like immediately after, because it feels like,
Yes.
but
No,
no,
it's
but
always
no,
a few-
no, 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 but like the date. Hold on, wait
Go
a
ahead.
moment.
Go.
So I thought there was always a little bit of lead time. You've got like a couple day grace period.
No.
No.
What?
It's the day after Thanksgiving.
it's
every
always-
year.
Why?
It's just that the exact date changes because it's the day
Wow.
after Thanksgiving. So if Thanksgiving isn't on a specific day,
Oh,
then Black
Like-
Friday is just always the day after.
Like
Yep.
Easter,
right.
that moves.
Okay.
The U.S. Thanksgiving is always the
It's the
fourth
third
Thursday.
Fourth? That was
Fourth.
the third Thursday.
That's why it's 27th, right?
I don't know, man.
Schism.
Our holidays are so weirdly placed. I can never make
Yeah.
sense of them.
But because it's Thursday, the following day is Friday, hence Black Friday.
Black Friday.
Got it.
It's officially the first day of the Christmas season. So they usually, and I say usually because like last year they basically did nothing and people got really mad about it and basically didn't shop on Black Friday because there were no actual deals to be seen. So like the Black Friday was a flop last year. But typically that's when you have really good deals on like electronics and video games and
Yeah.
things you would get as gifts. We'll see what happens this year because like I said, there's huge backlash last year because very few places had actual deals. Because, they're finding out that we're smarter than they thought we were and that we could tell when they're not giving us deals.
Actual deal. Yeah.
Yeah, so people didn't really shop en masse last year. And also it's like there's a huge cultural shift against it because a lot of people are being made to start Black Friday Thursday night. And it's like, but it's Thanksgiving. So like there's been a bit of a backlash against it the past couple years anyway, because like everyone deserves to have the right to spend the day with their family. It's an American holiday. That's the point. But people were being made to go to work because Black Friday needs to start as soon as possible. And they were starting at 8:00 on Thursday night. So there's been a huge cultural shift against it since COVID specifically, but we'll see what happens this year. Who knows? You never know. Yeah, hopefully it's a normal Black Friday. Starts at like 5 a.m. on Friday. That's what I prefer. A normal Black Friday with sales and deals.
Sales and deals.
Sales and deals, baby.
Sales and deals.
Fantasy
All right.
Costco, where all your dreams come true. Have a deal for you.
I think it's not time, guys.
Yes.
Doing lately. Jesse, you're the guest. Why don't you go first?
Yeah, go first.
Tell us what you've been up to.
What have I been up to? So 2 weeks ago, when I should have told you what I've been up to, I was busy being unwell. But that gave me an opportunity to play video games. Yay, love video
Yay.
games. And one video game I was playing in particular was Hollow Knight Silk Song, the game that everyone thought, how on earth is it taking 7 years to develop the game? And then started playing it. It was like, how on earth did they make this in just 7 years? Because it's massive. So I've been playing an awful lot of that, and I've kind of hit a wall with it now, and I've not played it for 3 days, and I don't miss playing it. So I think I'm taking a break from it now. It's not it's me. It's just not working out.
Did you play the first one? Did you play Hollow Knight?
Yeah, I got through the 4 endings. Spoilers for Hollow Knight original. There's 4 endings. But anyway, yeah. So Silk Song is a lot harder. It just is. And it's one of those games where you love it and then you hate it, and then you love it and then you hate it. But sometimes it feels a bit spiteful. But it's by design. They've made exactly what they wanted to make, but it's just a bit spiteful. And seeing on the Discord people embracing Hades 2, which I've played a lot of on early access, and I'll come back to at some point. That, in contrast, is a game. Again, it's got this gameplay loop like Hollow Knight Silk Song, but every run is rewarding. And I kind of wish Silk Song was just a little bit more rewarding. But I've enjoyed putting in 40 plus hours into it so far. And I'm sure I'll return to it one day. Maybe when they nerf it a bit. Maybe. Or maybe I'll just play lots of Hades 2 instead.
Yep.
So yeah, I've been playing that. And I've been doing that. I went to a food and drink festival at the weekend and had lots of free samples, which is great. Love samples. Love free stuff. Love food, love drink. I recommend it for everyone. So that was really good fun.
What was your favorite item at the Food and Drink Festival?
Probably the drink. So my favorite item was my favorite item. They did a lot of really good. There was a lot of really good cheese. There was a barrel-aged gin, which I'd never tried before. That was really good. It's like if whiskey and gin had a baby and then got drunk. Don't drink, kids.
Okay.
I bought a bottle. Cheers, Harry. So I bought a bottle of that. Did put a photo of my purchases in the Discord. Do join the Discord. Plug. So I think that was my favourite drink item. Was definitely that. I think my favorite food item was probably there's a lot the thing that's great about it is lots of local producers. So I live in the middle of England, so there's lots of, although I live in a city, there's lots of rural areas around, and there's lots of little producers producing all sorts of little local things, cheeses and all sorts of other little things. And there's a lot of old recipes that disappeared because of a little thing called a world war. And a lot of these old recipes are kind of being brought back. And it's just great to see these things brought back to life. And just trying things that taste far better than you expect. Just this little blob of cheese and you just eat it and it's like, oh, that's rather good. And you could just imagine it in stuff. I also had a really nice raspberry vinegar. It was you had to be there to appreciate it. It was just good. It was just good fun. And then an awful lot of Natural 6 because I needed to rewatch the episode for this. So that was pretty much what I've been doing for the last couple of days.
Excellent.
While I take my break from Silk Song.
Excellent. All right. Who's next? Shannon, you look like you're ready.
I mean, I can go. I am the only other person who has a list. So like, I'm vaguely ready. So as I said earlier, I just started Tactics. I've had quite a bit of Ben. He's kind of a jerk. But I haven't gotten to the worst of him, but he was rude to my boy Delita. I'm having fun so far. It is different. not just from like the Final Fantasy stuff that I'm used to, but like Final Fantasy in general, because it's not just turn-based, it's like full-on strategy game. You gotta, where do you want to put your boys? What do you want them to do? Because there's much more movement than a traditional Final Fantasy game too. So like I'm having fun with it so far. I am playing the Evil East Chronicles version, obviously, because I mentioned Ben. So I have the full voice acting and all that jazz. But I'm really enjoying it, and what's really fun is enjoying it from the perspective of someone who did the Evil East raids in 14. And I won't say spoilers, but I sent a spoilered message in our little group chat that I thought Doc would enjoy because of how much they actually adapted tactics, like just the prologue of tactics, just the opening narration into 14. It's very funny. So I knew exactly what the narrator was talking about, and I recognized a lot of the music right at the beginning because they use it in the cutscenes. I recognized a location already, so like it's really cool. I'm really excited to finally get to play this because I've been wanting to play it for a while because all my friends were talking about it, but I was not a PS1 girly, so I never played it. And I'm really glad that I get to play it now on my Switch. Very cool, very exciting. I'll play more whenever I get the chance because I am enjoying it. Speaking of 14, I also been doing the Eden raids. I finally did the Shiva one, which is everyone's favorite, Refulgence, which was very cool, very fun, very scary. I did die a couple times, once because I walked right off the battlefield by accident because I'm blind. But it's really, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but I can tell it's about to get sad for story reasons. So I did stop because I had to stop for the night, and I was also did not feel like being sad. So that's what I've been doing at 14. Not much else because I as I've said a couple times, I'm waiting to progress the story till I catch up with the raid content until I can't do the raid content anymore, and it forces me back to the story. I did some side quests for like the Sorrows of Werlet, so just little tiny stuff, nothing big. I ran my first 5K last weekend, or over the weekend, I should say, because it's only Tuesday. I walked more of it than I had originally intended to because they don't stagger the walkers, which is not the worst thing, but it means like once you're behind a bunch of walkers, you're gonna have a hard time. And there are strollers too, so it's like, so I power walked when I couldn't jog. I slowed down a couple of times just to catch my breath. I did run the last stretch, probably the last 100 yards or so, because I was gonna run the last straight, but half of it was up a hill because it's at a stadium, and what part of it is over the underground tunnel into the stadium. So I ran the last stretch, and my friends were actually right at the finish line waiting for me to come running. So that was cool. I didn't get a selfie with Gritty. Gritty and I ended up at the same locations a couple times, so I did get pictures of Gritty. But at one point, he got on his golf cart to drive to the next station, and I heard them saying we're behind because they didn't want anyone to get hit. And I turned to say hi to Gritty, and he shot me in the face with silly spray. So that's close enough to meeting Gritty. I have my medal. Let me pull up my camera so I can show you guys. This is my medal for the Gritty 5K. It's Gritty's hand doing a little peace sign. And I finished in 55 minutes. Pretty good for someone who couldn't run the entire thing. So I was pretty proud of myself. I didn't hurt till the next day, which was also exciting, but it was pretty bad. Because I didn't get to train because my hip's been bothering me, for those who are longtime listeners. And my hip felt worse afterwards. But I was really proud of myself. I had a really good time with my friends. I posted some pictures in the Share Your Wins channel in the Discord. Join the Discord. So if anyone's interested in checking that out, it was super fun. I had a great time. I get to go to a Flyers game for free now, so I'll be going to see the Flyers. For those of you who don't know, that's our hockey team. They're not very good
at the moment.
But they haven't been for a while. I mean, yeah, the last time they did anything was they made it to the Stanley Cup the same year as the Vancouver Olympics. So hockey was having a moment, and we happened to be in the Stanley Cup, and then we lost. So yeah, like, it was exciting. I'm really proud of myself. we'll see when I do a next one. Maybe April. My mom wants to do her favorite, the hot chocolate run. So we'll see. And then let's see. Last but not least, oh yeah, go Birds. They lost. I'm mad. I'm mad at all my sports teams. That's why there's no mention of the Phillies teams. I'm mad at them. Phillies choked 2 games in a row against the Dodgers. Terrible. And then the Eagles lost a really ugly game because of pride and whatever else was going on. So that's a big bummer. Anyway, so I'm mad at all the teams, more at the Phillies than the Eagles, but you know. And then I've been watching more James Bond. We watched On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Probably watched another one, but yeah, quite liked that one actually, except for the middle. The middle was kind of dull. All the bits with Diana Rigg were incredible. But yeah, that one was pretty good. We watched Diamonds Are Forever. Not pretty good.
No.
Not good.
It's a shame.
I mean,
It's a shame.
genuine moments of laughter though, because there was some goofy stuff happening.
It is
Like at the end.
I mean, they're all
when-
kind of goofy, but
They're all good, but Diamonds Are Forever is like when Blofeld was in his little like submarine and he was
Yeah.
just swinging around. I was crying. I also laughed at the end when they were like, I barely pay attention to the movie because I couldn't even follow the story anyway. But Blofeld in drag was also funny. I also laughed a lot at the end when they have the bomb and Bond like pulls the guy's hands through his legs, makes him hold the bomb, and literally throws him off the ship, and he just explodes. Hilarious! Like the physical comedy of this movie is
Spoilers for
unintentionally.
Diamonds Are Forever.
Spoilers for Diamonds Are Forever, but anyway,
yeah, it's only like 60 years old or whatever at this point.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
these are regrettable. Like the end of the underwater, like was that Thunderball when they're fighting underwater? Terrible. The most boring fight sequence I've ever watched in my life.
How is it boring though?
They're fighting underwater. Picture
Okay.
this, Harry.
Yeah.
No CGI. These are
Yeah.
literal people under literal water. You can't move very fast.
Mhm.
So like, it's so. Look it up, please. Just look up the fight scene.
What
It's so
my fight scene am I
boring.
looking up? Like, what's it called? What's the movie? Is it still Diamonds Are
it's
Forever?
Thunderball.
Thunderball.
Thunderball. It's the underwater fight
battle.
scene. It's
Yeah.
terrible. And then you compare it to like You Only Live Twice, which has an incredible climax. So exciting. Explosions everywhere. Like, where did the cat go? I hope the cat's okay. It's probably not, but I hope it's okay. Even like the regrettable racism aside, it's a fun movie. That like it's crazy like the wild swings these movies take.
So your next movie will be Live and Let Die.
Yes, it is Live and Let Die. Another smash hit. But it has a
Nothing's-
great Bond song. Just like Diamonds Are Forever. Movie, regrettable. Bond song, incredible. Great song.
It's one of the best ones, I think.
Yeah. So I am excited for Live and Let Die, the song. The movie, not so much. But yeah, so like, and me and my friend would often like look up the differences. Like I think I talked about the differences with The Man with the Golden Gun last time. Hilarious differences. Some of these are crazy, like wacky differences. Like when we did You Only Live Twice, like the whole point of because the You Only Live Twice takes place after On Your Majesty's Secret Service, but the movie came first. So they had to change the entire purpose of the plot, which was that You Only Live Twice was a revenge plot. And they had to like come up with a different way that all this stuff happened because James Bond wasn't trying to get revenge for what happened to Tracy Bond. So like, it's really funny to watch these movies, look up the difference and be like, wow, that's kooky. But yeah, so like next is Live and Let Die. Great. I'm very excited.
The Roger Moore era is wild.
I mean I do like a Roger Moore era. I do like Roger Moore. Like I'm excited about that
I'm
at least.
Partial to a bit of Moonraker.
Yeah, I my friend really likes Moonraker, so I'm interested to see how this goes.
View to a Kill is just.
View to a Kill. Yeah,
is
I'm
just-
excited.
I mean, Grace Jones is just.
Yeah,
epic.
come on, yeah. So like I'm excited. We're only gonna get to watch up to Timothy Dalton because we already did, Daniel Craig and my beloved Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan.
So,
Yeah.
oh my God, I love him. So
Harry's
yeah,
like, who are these people?
Sorry, no, I'm just
I'll
just
put it
laughing.
this way, Harry.
I'm
They
just
love
laughing
casting
because
Irish guys as James Bond between
Yeah.
Patrick Gibson and Pierce Brosnan, and then you got the one Scot. Like it's just
Yeah.
really silly. It's just and one Australian, very silly time. But yeah, I remember saying to my friend, we were talking about our favorite Bonds after we finished on Her Majesty's Secret Service, because obviously it was George Lazenby, and I said like, and whoever's next, and my friend goes, Sean Connery, and I was like, no, I mean whoever Amazon casts as the next James Bond. He's like, oh, right. I forgot that you were speaking literally, not chronologically. Yeah, so yeah, James Bond, love a bit of James Bond. Excited for First Light still.
yes.
Yes.
Oh yes. I just watched the entirety of that underwater battle, by the way, while you were talking. But like I'll just say after 51 seconds, I stuck it on 2x speed.
Yeah.
And then after like
Was it
30
good
more
then?
seconds, I realized that there was YouTube has 4x speed now.
Yeah.
So I kind of just sort of slapped that on kind of 4x speed because
So-
I'm like, I don't really know what's going on here.
Yeah.
The reason why I was laughing earlier was because just like the shark just kind of came in.
The shark,
and I was
yeah.
like, okay, that's kind of funny.
Yes.
Two things
So-
of observation.
Yeah.
Things I found interesting. Like they kind of had like weird harpoons on the oxygen tanks for some of them. That was interesting. I don't even know why these guys are fighting. Like, you know, take it topside, guys. Seriously.
Yeah. So
And also,
They-
there was a whole sequence. One of them is that I don't know if that is James Bond. If he's like put down an oxygen tank and he like blows it up, and then he's spending like the next 5 minutes with no like without
I'm
just
pretty
holding
sure that's
his
James
breath.
Bond. Yes, that is
How's he
James
spending
Bond.
5 minutes holding his breath like that? What
It's
the
Sean
hell's going
Connery,
on there?
man. I don't know. Like, so they spent a lot of money to do these underwater scenes, so they had to get as much out of them as possible, which I respect 100%. But it leads to the most boring climax, and then you get to the part on the boat. Don't even get me started about the part on the boat. Like, because you have the sped up scenes to make the boat look like it's going really fast, and it's clearly not going fast at all. And like the fight scene is just goofy as hell. It's a really silly movie. I don't like the climax. The underwater fight scene is just abysmal. Yeah, I should have watched it on 4x speed. Maybe that would have been better. Oh well, you live and you learn.
Watch it in 4x.
You live and let die.
Oh,
You
man.
live and you let
live,
die.
You live and let die. Exactly.
As Paul McCartney once said, "You live and let die."
Mhm.
Wait, did he do the music for
Yes,
that one? Then?
he did the Bond song for "Live and Let Die."
Called Live and Let Die.
Yes, it is.
Presumably. Good,
It's
good.
really, it is really good.
It's very good.
Guns
It's a
N'
banger.
Roses did a cover,
Dun,
didn't
dun,
they?
dun, 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 dun. It's a
It's,
banger.
Yeah,
It's a banger.
brilliant.
Welcome to James Bond podcast.
Yeah, Harry and I are gonna turn into a James Bond podcast once First Light comes out. I swear to God.
Probably, yeah.
We got a ways to go for that.
Yeah, I know we do.
Right. Harry, you want to rock,
Yeah.
paper, scissors it, or you want to go?
Oh, I'll go with this. I'll go first, if that's
Go.
okay. I've trying to be like remembering what I've been doing, to be honest, because I've just been sitting there being like, I actually just don't know. There's a blank void in between the last like 2 weeks, and I don't know what's going on. But some important things. So, yesterday there was my local the local Smash Bros tournament. First of all, last week I went on a run through the amateur bracket. That one win that I got, it's time. It's my time. It's my time. I went to like lower bracket round 3 of the amateur bracket. Oh my gosh, it's happening. We are so locked in. I'm learning.
Have you got-
Lucina. It's going good.
Can we get a bracket?
We could. It's gonna be just annoying for me to find it again. But you gotta trust me. Like it was against
Just
good
trust
people.
him. Just
What's
trust him.
what was the event, Harry?
The Dundee Fundies. But if you
He's gonna
search
find
up
it
this
for
time,
you.
it's gonna look a lot. No, so here's the thing: is like I'm good at inting the stuff that matters. I'm good at throwing at the things that matter, because the amateur bracket doesn't get like properly recorded on start.gg. It gets just recorded on like its own mini side platform. But you know, it's just basically the way that like Kier runs it. But this week, Dundee Fundies 135. It was a sort of like charity one, which was cool. Like working with one of the Abate like Games and Esports Society. They, were doing a little bit of collaboration. It was basically like a charity day raising money for breast cancer now, because they're doing like the pink shirt day on the 24th, actually, I believe. Yeah, I think it's on the 24th of October is when the like pink shirt day for breast cancer now. Which is a really cool thing, like really cool time there. I went in, I'm coming off high off my lower bracket runs previously, and I'm being like, for every stock I take in this tournament, I will donate £1. I went 0-2. I did go 0-2 and immediately out of the tournament. But in my defense, I still managed to do pretty decently and had some quite close games. So yeah, I managed to donate £14 in the end. Which is pretty good.
Cool.
So yeah,
Nice.
Across the whole tournament, managed to take 14 stocks, which did convert into 0 wins, but it was a win for breast cancer research. Hell yeah. We love doing that.
So were you in melee singles? Or
No,
were you
no,
in
ultimate singles. Ultimate singles.
Let's look and see if we can find Harry.
Oh, okay.
He said you're putting him on blast.
Okay. Right.
4 times speed.
I'll quickly send who you're looking for, because I'm self-conscious. You're looking for this guy.
But if you I already know who you are. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to figure out.
Well, I think you can figure out what my overall like stats are as a Smash Bros player.
So, I won't put the whole bracket up on screen share, but I can confirm that Harry went 1-3 in the first round.
Yeah.
And then dropped down to the
Lower bracket.
Mm-hmm.
I think I got 3-0'd on that one.
Then you got 3-0'd by Billy Bob 127.
Billy Bob. Billy Bob 127 goes crazy. He does go crazy though. On the I keep saying Big Mac. He's not Big Mac. He's Little Mac. That's the guy.
But I thought you said that you ran the
Yeah, but it's not tracked on that. That's the main bracket. Anyone who doesn't get basically fourth place or higher goes into the amateur brackets, because otherwise everyone's just basically waiting around doing nothing for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that amateur bracket, the amateur bracket is where I go on the run, and that's not tracked on start.gg.
Okay.
But yeah, that one I won like 1, and I went down lowers. I won 3 of those. Oh my days. But yeah, we love.
Did you get like a case of beer or something for placing in that amateur bracket, Harry? No,
we went to Spoons after. That was nice. I mean, look, the thing is I just need to get like top 8 in. If I can just get past my inability to win in the main bracket and just win a couple of those games, then I will get on the main graphic, which they like put the main graphic for the top 8 players, and like I'll retire immediately. I retire immediately. Boom. I retire immediately. I'm good.
So on the weekend,
need a fluky win.
Or I guess yesterday.
Yes.
Harry got 3-0'd by the Rome 5.
Yes, I got yes, and he was playing Mega Man. I don't know how to play against friggin' Mega Man, okay? I don't know how to play against half these characters. Again, last week, I had to play against this friggin' Simon guy from Castlevania. Like, that was the first time I ever played against Simon. I was like, oh, I've not played against Simon before. And my opponent was literally like, oh, okay, this will be an interesting match for you then.
Oh, no.
It's like, they just kind of said, like,
no.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Because this Simon guy, it's like, you're on the edge. And he just throws down a freaking like fiery thing. So if you roll, you're gonna get caught by the fire thing and you die. If you stand up, you're gonna get caught by the fiery thing and you die. And then he also throws a freaking axe, which the axe is the main way that like kills, and it goes in a stupid arc. So then if you jump, you die. So there's I just can't play the game. There is no playing the game. The only way to like win is just don't fall off the stage.
Yep.
Which is the premise, but also like the whole point is you can get back on the stage. No, not with Simon. Simon doesn't want that. Yeah.
This guy Curb Zero is just
Kerbo. Kerbo is I think like top 24th in Europe actually. Fun fact. He's the top 24th European
all I
Smash
see
Ultimate
is
player.
3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
Yes.
So
Wow.
wow.
He might be quite good.
Might be.
He is. Yeah,
Might
he
be.
is good.
Could
He
be
is good.
good.
He got good.
He is good. Yeah.
Good old Curb Zero.
Yeah, we love Kerbo.
We've moved on from Billy Bob.
Billy Bob 127 fell down to the lower bracket and was out quickly
R.I.P. Billy
on Monday
Bob.
night. Yep. Rip.
He'll come back as Billy Bob 128.
So what else other than Smash
I've been
Bros, Harry?
learning. I've been learning my driving theory because I need to do that. I mean, yeah, I know you're supposed to do that before you go and actually like get in the car or whatever. But I'm a practical learner. I need to understand what I'm doing with the car. When they're talking about like clutch and this, that, the other, it's like this doesn't this doesn't affect me. This is like unrelatable to my brain, and I needed to just have the opportunity to do that. So I mean, we've got like a currently 100% streak of people who have come on learning how to drive on this podcast, going on to then pass their driving tests. So like I want to continue that streak. I'm going to continue that streak. But like I'm at the point where it's like, okay, I can handle this driving theory. I know that. I know it. I know what they're talking about.
You got it.
Boom. National speed limit, that's 70 miles per hour.
You need to
It is, right?
play some Forza
Yes, well done.
or something.
Great, thank you.
Harry.
Yeah.
I need to play some Forza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mario Kart.
Unironically,
Mario Kart.
yeah.
You
Get
guys
me
should be
on
doing
get me
like,
on Link. Get me on Link in Mario Kart on a motorbike.
You should be
I'm
like doing Mario
gonna be
Kart
breaking some
at
rules.
your Smash Bros tournament afterwards, right? Like
Well, the funny thing is that my mum genuinely doesn't really understand it's Smash Bros, so she just thinks it's Mario Kart. So she keeps texting me being like, "Oh, good luck at Kia's Mario Kart party tonight," and I'm like, "Okay."
Oh my goodness.
It's like, "Oh,
Thanks,
mum,
Mom.
close enough." Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, I can do. Thanks, Mom.
I am hoping we did get some foreshadowing that of course there will be a Christmas special this year. Natural 6. We may get some additional Harry's mom ratings on potential cocktails.
Okay. Yeah, sure, we can.
So,
I mean, maybe this time, like,
Maybe if
or
we
maybe
ask
even this
nicely?
time, my mum can like have the things like prepared. Because if it was just like a week earlier, she would have had it all like ready to go.
Mhm.
Wasn't this time? Yeah,
All right. Well, good luck on the driving theory, Harry.
yeah. Thank you very much. I'm learning. It's going good right now. Other things. I've been playing. Like Phasmophobia is one of the like main things that I remember that I've been sort of doing with some friends. Yeah, Phasmophobia is a pretty good game. Don't know if any of you guys play it. Phasmophobia.
I haven't.
Heard of
I
it.
have not, but I have heard of it. Yeah.
I have like history with this game that I didn't even realize because like I went going into Phasmophobia. The only thing I knew is that like I've once for like one of the games that I've developed in the past called Spirit Cleaning. That is one of my more popular games. We use a house asset that is like the HQ residential house asset. That a lot of Unity like horror games tend to use, and it was for a game jam, basically being like, take this house and don't make a horror game with it. Make any other game.
Mm-hmm.
Phasmophobia uses that house. Phasmophobia has the house in it. So I walk into the first map and it's been like, I know where everything is. I know exactly where we're going. I know where we're at. I know this asset. I know what we use this asset for in this game. That was funny. So yeah. But Phasmophobia is a pretty good game. It's like, it's kind of a horror game. Although like, I just kind of it's quite good at doing the horror gamey kind of stuff. Because like everything is very unpredictable. Like you need to figure out what ghosts are doing based on the rules of what's basically happening. And they do a lot of indirect hauntings. It's just only very occasionally do they go, all right, I'm gonna try and kill you. And then just like manifest and just you gotta hide or you just get owned, I guess. But it's all about trying to figure out rules. And it's hard to do that when you're playing with like ghosts who, don't like to abide by rules and figuring out like, was this a rule? Was my game just acting up? Was it the assets that look weird? I don't know. But that's always it's been quite fun. I've been doing that with some friends. It's a good game. It's a good game. Good 4-player little like party game. Fun with friends. Outside of that, the only other thing I can really remember is Critical Role Campaign 4 that started on Thursday. So I gave a little watch of that because I was very, I was interested in it. Yeah, it's good. I'm interested. I like the vibe what they're doing. I like how they're exposing a new kind of like way of playing the D&D at the table and kind of setting out on doing something fun and like different on that front. Very cool thing. And the one thing I like, if people don't mind me spoiling, literally the first 10 seconds of Critical Role Campaign 4, it's literally the first 10 seconds. I really love, because there's the funny ongoing bit where Brennan, Matt Mercer, and like Abria Iyengar are all continuing this bit about like naming elements, starting their thing with like fire, water, earth.
That, yeah.
And then Katie Maravich just kind of like snipes in there with air and just basically ends the whole thing. There's a great Twitter post that is just like the 4 introductions, the 4 elements: fire, water, earth, Liam. Because it's got such a cool but also really like morbidly funny opening. Just for me, in terms of just like the first line, just straight up open from Fade to Black, being like, Liam, someone you love very much is about to die, and it just cuts to Liam just kind of sitting there on his own, looking like a wet cat out in the rain. It's just amazing. It's such an iconic first line. So yeah, we know the 4th element is Liam. We love it.
Yeah.
I don't remember literally anything else that I've done. Although next week, I'm going to be doing like some online hosting for the Games Talks live stream, which is a bunch of like fun little games industry talks that happen. It's going to be free on Thursday, the 16th of October in the evening. Cool stuff. If you like video games and video games industry things, I host an online live stream for that.
Are they using... Sorry to rewind the tape slightly, Harry, on Critical Role, but are they using Daggerheart for...
No, they're using D&D, but they make a joke about it.
Okay.
So they've changed the format slightly. So basically, it immediately starts with pretty much a sort of little mini, like, the session just immediately starts. There is no, like, pre-table banter. Immediate, start, live drop in. Liam, one of your family's about to die. It's time to be fudging sad. They have, like, gonna have however long, like, the intro little, like, scene is gonna be. And then when they're ready to, like, cut to, essentially like the main bit, they then kind of have like this side bit, which is like basically the Critical Role roundtable where they do announcements and stuff like that. The first, that's where the ad bits and the, here's what's happening bits are gonna like live now. And the first bit is basically Sam Riegel kind of having a mental breakdown about how everything's changed. And one of the bits he just sort of mentions there is just being like, why aren't we playing Daggerheart? Isn't that just a really weird business decision?
Yeah.
So they reference it. It's really funny. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice, using D&D.
Might peek into campaign 4 since it just started. I just forgot what day it was and I had a lot going on, so I just haven't yet.
Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah. I might go back and check that out now that I can I don't feel overwhelmed because they're just starting a campaign. It's finally.
Yeah. It is the perfect time to get into
Yes. I've been wanting to for a long time, but at this point it's so overwhelming if you wanted to listen from the beginning. So I think I'll just jump in now. I mean, I know who most of them are anyway.
It's hundreds of hours if you wanted to try and...
The perfect jumping on point for 13 player characters.
Yeah, right? I know.
All sharing an 8-seat table.
It's great. It's great.
Yep.
It's so fun.
Harry, why don't you put the link for Games Talks Live in the doc, and I'll make sure that it's in the...
Okay.
Description for people.
Will do.
Since people have asked me in the past for the links for
I've sent
Harry's game dev goodies.
Thank you. I put it in there. You can get basically a free ticket that will tell you when the live stream happens. Or if you're in Scotland, it's in person in Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Dundee. Very cool. Very nice. Yep. They have catered dinners and everything.
Ooh.
Very good.
I love food.
I guess I'll finish up. Tactics. Shan already mentioned. I'm about 10 hours in, 15 hours in, something like that. remembering things that I hated about the first game that are fixed in this game. There's lots of quality of life improvements in the game. The voice acting is in some ways kind of funny because, of course, there wasn't any in the original game, and some of the names are slightly different. So it's really weird to hear somebody else say the names. So it took me a while to get kind of over that, the first 2 or 3 hours. But so far, performances are great. Shan, when you get to Harry,
Can't wait.
the character is very Harry. Actually,
wait for me, Harry.
So, yeah, it's been really enjoyable. Lots of nostalgia, which I've talked about before, and I won't recite here. But yeah, really great. I also have Ghost of Yote, which I have literally booted up, put in the pre-order code that I had, and then shut it off. That's about all I've done with it. I will get to playing it since I've been looking forward to that for a while, and everybody seems to say that it's great. We're in the season of I don't know if 2025 isn't one of the best years in gaming, kind of over the last decade, maybe. I don't know. 2019 maybe gives it a little bit of a run for its money, but yeah, fantastic games. So I'll be playing those. Played some things I can't talk about, but one of them will be coming out in early access here in December, which will be cool. Then I'll have more time to talk about it. I just before the dice trays were announced, I ordered one from Danielle, who will also be at MCM. So I'll be able to maybe even I will try and unbox it on the podcast. We'll see. When it shows up. Hopefully it'll be here before MCM. So I'll have a stack of dice trays, which you can check out and compare. Like Shan, I have been paying attention to baseball because it's that playoff time. Toronto, which is the last remaining Canadian team in the major leagues, is currently beaten up on New York. 2 up in their series.
We love to see it.
Yep.
Everybody hates the Yankees except for Yankees fans.
Yep. Although seeing Boston lose is also another
A great joy.
a highlight for me.
Great joy.
So anyway, to beat the people who beat Boston is even better. So we'll see how that all goes. Obviously, it's never over till it's over. But I will be able to, in a couple weeks when we have the next episode, either I'll be crestfallen because the Blue Jays will be out, or we'll be well into the championship series by that point. So
Baseball's such a fickle sport.
yeah, I mean,
It's like
literally
probably one of the most fickle sports.
literally anything can happen. So yeah, I think that's it for me. Lots of work stuff, which is uninteresting for you guys, but that has hampered my extracurriculars. Yeah, I think that's it. We do not have an art showcase. There's a reason for that. That will become more clear. Oh, we might have lost Shan completely. Oh, she's back. She's back.
I didn't even know I went away. I've been dealing with Gouda on my desk, the dumb one. Gouda, please. He can't balance. He's going to fall on something.
I thought that Gouda pulled something that they shouldn't have.
He was up
potentially.
here, but I couldn't tell if he did anything because I could still see myself. Like
Uh-huh.
nothing changed for me. So
Live
He's gone
EMP.
Yep, exactly. And maybe I will watch campaign 4 of Critical Role. We'll see. Cool. Right on. No arc showcase. That will become clear reasoning for that a little bit later on, which means
Right.
it's Jazzy's time.
It's
and we
time.
know what time that is.
Vindication
that
time.
is the Spolier's time.
Spoliers.
Episode
39.
39.
Oh boy.
We made it, gang.
We made it. 2 hours in. We're here.
Listen, there's a lot of fun stuff. To
There
talk
was
about.
a
There's
lot
we're
of
fine.
very cool
lot of
merch
news.
to thirst over. Yes.
Yeah.
Harry.
Yeah,
As
do
resident judge, jury, and executioner for our predictions.
I'm more like defense and prosecution
All right.
as well.
Objection.
Oh no, I was going to do that.
Yeah.
I've
I'm a
been
bit
playing
more defense
Phoenix
and prosecution,
Wright before
And
I
everyone is
played
kind of
Tactics.
defendants, but also the judges at the same time. It's weird.
Right.
But yes, we need to go through this.
All right.
Predictions from last
move
podcast
us swiftly
episode.
forward.
Oh well. We'll leave yours for last then, Doc, because we'll
Yep.
leave yours for last for a reason. For the rest of us, it seemed to go pretty well. I finally get a win. Finally, Harry predicts. I predicted that we would get answers to the ring system of the globe. I think it was very clear that I was happy that we got this because I was muted in just the. It's going to be really this is going to be really inconvenient for the audio listeners. So YouTube watchers, you're going to enjoy this. It was basically just effectively me going in the watch along. When it sort of was about, because I was like, finally I get one. Yeah, we learned how the ring system works. We know finally it's kind of like based more on vibes rather than raw names. Good. Okay, moving on. Shan, themself will change perspectives on hiding. Yeah, very much did. Very much did. Well, very much did into complete polar extremes.
Yes.
Grizza would be mentioned. And I put this in yellow because I don't know if there's actually did Grizza get a mention?
So they met it wasn't in conversation, but they did show up in the flashback. They were name dropped in the flashback.
Yes. So Grizza was mentioned, but this is greasy.
by
How do we
another
feel about the
character, yeah.
grease? I feel it's a greasy win. It's
I
less
have
greasy about what I'm about to do with Doc.
I don't have any problems with it.
I don't have problems
I
either.
couldn't have imagined we were going to get watching a god's memories. You know what I mean?
With
Yeah.
them literally talking about literally almost everything that's gone through every card that's been pulled from the deck at this point. So
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
I think we'll class it then. Grizza mentioned indeed. Jazzy's prediction, which was lucky. We've got Jazzy's prediction. Was that the party will choose where to go next, but there'll be consequences to that choice. Oh boy!
Wow.
Oh boy!
And boy, were there consequences.
Boy, were there? Yeah, we can lock that one. We can lock that one in. I
Yeah,
think.
we'll unpack that in due course here. Yep.
Now, Doc, we need to unpack this because Doc's prediction, and I quote as readed, they chat, then go through the portal,
Yep.
which is technically they did chat and go through the portal. The most they of all time, even themselves literally chatted and then went through the portal, which I know is fully not what you intended with this prediction. However, the fact that this word specific sequence has happened in this right order now specifically is argument for the most greasy win of all time. It's so greasy, but I think it works. They chat, then go through the portal. They did.
A lot of butter was used.
Yeah.
So much. So much butter was used.
I feel like they didn't go through the portal.
No, but they did. Themselves did, definitely.
But did they
themself
though?
They became.
They
They
bec-
kind of.
So, I mean,
merged with the portal. I don't
if we
know.
want to talk about what Harry said in Action Surge, he did say that, like, he sacrificed themselves to close the portal.
To close the
that
portal.
They did not go through the portal. They are gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how Harry interpreted what
Yeah.
he wrote.
I appreciate what you're trying to do for me here, Harry, but
It would be good though.
I
I'm
feel
not
like
taking
it's a
sides,
step-
by the way. I'm just.
I feel
quoting
like it's a
Harry.
step too far. But Jazzy, I feel like you can rule on this.
I'm very sorry to say that themselves did not make it to the other side of the portal. Their energy, their colour, mingled with the darkness of the portal, cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. Matter and antimatter, God and anti-God. Bam. And then whatever was left was gifted to the party. And that's where we end our God.
Okay, Doc, you're wrong. Didn't happen.
All right.
Oh wow!
Sorry.
Fail.
Dang.
Yeah, it didn't happen. It
Dang,
didn't happen.
okay.
That's
You're
all right.
wrong.
That's payback for the comment earlier about lack of persuasion skills.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
guess.
All right.
We were all right. Doc was wrong.
That's
We can
Oh my
all
God.
laugh at Doc, I
that's
guess.
par for the course.
Yeah.
Dang, he's really going hard on this.
Um,
He's practicing the persuasion skills.
Yeah.
Cool. The dresses from the ladies were killer.
Yes.
In this episode.
They look so good as always.
seasonal
Gold with
slay.
Holly was, oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What an episode! What an episode to have the glam up as well.
Yeah.
And Doug was in red merch t-shirt.
Yeah. Doug always.
Yes,
looking
he was.
fly,
That's
always looking
important.
good.
That's important. And Harry DM wearing this.
Mm-hmm.
All around good fashion choices.
Yep.
Should we
All right.
should we do this
Or Alex and Mary, just
roughly
Alex and Mary.
chronologically?
Yeah. Why not?
That was best.
Why not?
Order, structure.
Because we start with kind of like the we start with the Final Fantasy 14 multiple cutscenes will play in sequence moment, as it was kind of like referred to in Action Surge,
Yeah.
where a whole lot of things happened. Wow.
Yes.
Many things were revealed. Yes.
Many things were revealed.
Yeah.
First of all, obviously, like, big one, we got it, gang, Spinner / Moloch / like Jeff, Teller. I don't know where Jeff came from. Teller. Confirmed Vile. Vile confirmed. We were thinking like maybe it could be an antique. No.
Nope. He is a god.
God of Jeff.
God.
God of Death. I just think that it's really like interesting that he went that Moloch is specifically what they went for because of the whole thing about like how that ends up being connoted with like the sort of god when it comes to like child sacrifice, and that we ended up coming out through all this through the arc where the children of Midnight Moon were being sacrificed. I appreciate your game, Mr. McIntyre. Yeah, cool. Sometimes the simpler answers is what it is, and also it just is wild. Speaking of the wild, but the
Vile.
opposite, the vile even. It was like I don't know why I wrote this down. I simply wrote Old Dark used as a VPN for the Vile, and I don't know why I wrote it in that way, but it kind
Okay.
of was. Like it was kind of like,
Yeah.
oh, the reason why basically we were like, okay, how would they not know? It's like, okay, because the Old Dark kind of got used as a little bit of a VPN for like some of those Vile elements to just kind of like stroll their way through
Leech
there.
into the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
This podcast was sponsored by Old Dark VPN.
Yeah. Old dark VPN. That's great, Jazzy.
Next merch drop. Next merch drop.
The thing that became clear to me, thinking again about the names, Harry, is that Harry the DM very much loves a name that means something.
Yeah.
And I will ask you all here. You
Hold on.
know what reliquiae means, right?
I could hazard a guess based on half of the word.
Yeah. Okay, well, I just Googled it. So, like, yeah.
Okay, so what is
Okay.
it?
Oxford Dictionary, reliquiae, noun, formal, remains, geology, fossil remains of animals or plants.
It also means relics or totems.
Oh, damn.
We did
That was so hard that it made
Odam's-
Shan disappear for me. That was
Exactly,
really
yeah.
funny. Revelation so hard it made Shan disappear.
Hopefully Shan will be back shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's relics or totems. So the idea that we have these 3 relics that basically bound the 3 realms, right? Shan will be back shortly. He's having a network issue. We is interesting, right? In this context, I think having names that mean something, right?
It's interesting you say that because Sentiasa also has a meaning. Always. It's a Malaysian word. Meaning
All things.
Always, all things.
Mm-hmm.
So again, like you say, there's this. He loves the translation.
Yeah.
Why we didn't Google Teller when we had the chance, I don't know. But
What is Tella?
web.
Uh-huh.
And Harry McIntyre made it clear in the watch party chat, and we were all kicking ourselves because it was.
Oh, that's true. He mentioned that, I think, didn't he mention it in an action search?
Yeah, he did, but also in the actual watch party that he was in, he was laughing at our failure to spot that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Words
Good
mean
one in
things
38.
for Mr. McIntyre. Maybe when because I would like to get my original PS1 Tactics signed, I might ask him at MCM about, so Harry, clearly words mean something to you. What's that about?
Deep.
Yep. Clearly thinking about it. Thinking about things we can discuss here briefly before Shan returns.
We could talk about. I know what we could do. We can kind of like jump ahead slightly.
Yep.
Things happen, and through reasons which we'll discuss when Shan gets back, the gang kind of get like a little buff out of this. Let's talk mechanics. We can talk mechanics and balancing the party.
Yep.
So you already know if this friggin' episode has happened. Themself does get themself sort of sacrifices themself. I was thinking again, along with Jazzy originally, like being like, maybe is there potentially a door open that they could end up basically coming back? And Harry McIntyre went and just fully just like shot an entire RPG at that in action surge and just obliterated it. I'm sorry for audio listeners, I hit the microphone. Just an absolute classic. But as a result, as Jazzy mentioned, like the gang got a little bit of a buff to some things going forwards. I've kind of like labeled it as like a half level up because like we've done something kind of like similar in some of like the home games where we got to take like a level or 2 in a different class and just take the features from it. So not multi-class into it, but like almost get like the flavor of a multi-class a bit. But the half level up specifically was that they got 1 free disguise self a day. I was like, oh boy, we can go to civilization now for an hour. Oops, I forgot that it's like disguise self is about an hour long. Hi Shan, we're talking mechanics. We have just a regular like +1, just +1 to 1 of either int, wisdom, or charisma stats, which is pretty nice to have. Proficiency in either history, arcana, survival, very nice as well. I love those checks as well for dispelling information and lore. And also the mechanically complex channeling and aspect of the divine, which is definitely the one that is most interesting balance-wise, I think. Because it's like, essentially, call it before you do like a roll or like an attack roll, I think. And then if you, flip a coin, if it's heads, then you get like a super buff. If you get tails, then you get like half a little buff to the roll and a whole bunch of extra things like alongside it. Which I kind of think. I mean, yeah. I kind of find it funny that Harry's been like, this party's really hard to balance for, and then gave everyone.
Let's add some more things.
Gave Elwyn a smite. We gave Elwyn smites by smites. Oops.
We gave the party another way to deal massive amounts of spike damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Time will tell whether he regrets that or not.
My ongoing theory with this, or like my ongoing theory or like idea with this is like, I was thinking, I wonder if this is a thing where it's like, if they keep, maybe it's designed, I'm wondering if it is designed in a way, I'd almost feel like, okay, you've got this like aspect of the divine, and the idea is like, okay, the power of the gods, at least currently, has been, it is ultimately very finite. That's like a lot of the things, like, you know, they're dying because ultimately their power is becoming too spread thin and finite. So like, I'm wondering, like, I've got a feeling that this like might be an ability that you don't just basically, you know, like abuse willy-nilly, pretty much. I almost wonder, like, is there almost an impact or an effect that happens when you use this, or like, you know, story-wise, like, you know, maybe if I was doing this, I'd just be wondering if there's like a note behind the table of just making a note anytime anyone basically does this, and if you're like basically expending that power. This might just be a permanent buff though, and I might just be overcooking it.
Could it age them?
That would be scary. I don't think so.
Because the gods physically aged as they weaken, so maybe.
Yeah. What I wonder here is almost the reverse. Which is, now all the Reliquiae gods are gone. And we know that the power sort of leached into the people of Reliquiae. So if the gods are gone now and they have this kind of divine link, whether using the power more actually increases its strength over time, because they are kind of consolidating that power in the species that are left, right? Since we do have 5 different species here, right? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, Harry. I know there was the discussion around the fact that this is 5. The statement emphatically in the last episode was from themselves was, well, you need to be a god to kill a god, but now we got 5 people with divine power, right? So we've increased the possibility now, right? So that's kind of, it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out.
Although mechanically, the danger there is if this is the only way that they could damage a god in future, what happens if one of them dies? Does it get passed on? Is there some hook where it passes on? Spoilers for Transformers the movie, but is it like the Matrix of Power handed on from a death? Very obscure reference for you there.
What? Okay.
But you got the divine power. Let's say Radian dies. Imagine, and what happens to all that divine stuff that he's been vested in, and then a new part, and then he rolls a new character. Where's their divine goo coming from?
Good question, Jazzy. I mean, I think, obviously.
Or did that survivor from the Midnight Moon become the new character?
It'll be really interesting to see the first time they use it, what the potential consequences are, right? Are they positive? Are they negative? How much does this get played up? Is it just, as you say, Harry, it's a buff that they have? Well, we're not gonna read too much into it, and we're just gonna go, oh well, mechanically this does this, and then we're gonna move on.
You know the buff to, like, what was it, intelligence and
int, wiz, and charisma. Int, wiz, or charisma.
Pick one, right?
Is that a pick one and then you're done, or is it every time, or is it something you choose every so often, like choosing
No,
a spouse?
it's just pick one and just a permanent static. It's like taking a feat. They basically just gave everyone a feat, pretty much.
Yep, but only in those 3 So I think it was Aoife who was joking in the chat that if Harry had allowed them to take Con, everybody would have taken Con, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Catching Shen up on names that mean things.
Yeah.
Reliquiae can
Well-
mean totems or relics, and now we have,
Right.
of course, the 3 relics joining the realms, right?
Relics was where I was going with my thought process before my internet died.
Mm-hmm.
Because Reliquiae sounds like something that holds relics.
Yep. Was this a cat-induced network issue?
No. My PC stop. My PC does this thing where sometimes it just disconnects from the Ethernet and switches to Wi-Fi. And I forgot to maybe restart my computer to lessen the chance of that happening because I don't usually see it happen in real time. So yeah, I have to figure that out. But that's what that was. It switched to Wi-Fi and killed everything.
It's all good. You're back now.
Yeah, and then Adira tried to bring me a stuffed banana. That's what the meowing was, because she was telling me, hey, I hunted down the stuffed banana for you. Which is, I had to mute myself to tell her good job, because if I don't say good job, she'll keep bringing me things.
Was the stuffed banana a real stuffed banana or
It's
A totem of cat.
a totem, a cat
It
totem?
might not even be a banana, but it's like a big, I think it's a cat toy. It's just
Okay.
big for a cat. It's almost her size.
Those cats do have a tendency to bring...
Bring gifts. Her toys are always surrounding my desks.
real things, right?
Yeah, thankfully not that yet. They have gotten one, but they haven't brought me one. Thank God.
So in keeping with Harry's chronological progression here, following this gift of divine power, or during this gift of divine power, we had lots of stuff revealed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Shan, tell us what was revealed.
So I thought this was really fun and cool because we would have gotten less if Ben hadn't rolled well, as Harry said in Action Surge. So thank you, Ben. But yeah, so they get to, explore some of themselves' memories. And I say some because Alex only rolled a 2, so he can only do 2. And I like how he pulled a trick on Harry and said, give me the most important one if I get this roll. And he did get that roll. So the most important memory, in Harry's opinion, was the creation of the Deck of Many Friends. And so we got to see the gods of the vile, the gods of the wild, and the gods of the virtuous standing around their prison, essentially, and watching Moloch create the deck to give to the wild. I also thought it was interesting the implication of like different names given to the groups based on which faction they're from. Like it sounds like the Feywild has a nice alliteration thing going, the free and the foul. And in my head, I was thinking the fair for the virtuous. But we don't know. The virtuous were not referred to by Ursulus like the vile were. But yeah, so we get to meet the gods of the vile and the Feywild, and obviously see the gods of the virtuous, the Verliquiae. And thanks to Ben rolling, Radiant somehow remembers his gods, even though he doesn't remember anything about himself.
Yep.
Which was very cool, though, because it means we got to learn the names of the gods. We got to learn their races.
Yes.
Aside from Theolon, obviously.
Yep.
Because we already knew Theolon was originally a god of the Feywild. So that was pretty cool. We got a Firbolg. I love a Firbolg. I love them. We've got like a Lycanthrope, which is obviously the best one, Bear God.
Yes, the bear
God.
one. We
We
need to
love
talk
Bear
about
God.
the bear god. We need to talk about the bear god entirely.
We've got a Changeling, an Aasimar, a Tabaxi, a Gif. Was that what he said? I couldn't
Yeah,
hear
like
him.
a Gif Yankee.
Gith
Okay.
Yankee.
Oh.
Gith Yankee. Okay, good. Thank you. A Harangon, which was the one that the first one that Radiant recognized.
Estes.
Estes.
Yeah.
I wrote down their names, obviously, because I haven't heard from Holly yet. I haven't been able to confirm any of their spellings. But we had Ursulus the lycanthrope bear.
Yay.
God bear. Best one. Woad the Furbolg. God, I hate saying that one. Especially Woad before it's very hard to balance that word out. Sadim is the changeling. Kairos. I did fantasy spellings because Harry said fantasy spellings are important. Kairos is the Aasimar. Sheer is the Tabaxi. Yakta is the Githyanki. Thank you for reminding me that that's a race. And then Estes is the Harangon. We have no spelling confirmation. We can assume, like, Ursulus is the easiest one to assume. But, like, the rest of them are kind of up in the air until I hear from Holly. So, yeah. And also, I'm not well-versed in D&D races. So I had to guess some of the spellings. Not all of them, but some of them. I was gonna look them up. I just haven't had the chance.
Yeah, they're all, I guess, what one would call obvious Fey-wild species.
Right. Yeah, I figured, especially because, like I said, I recognize some of them, like the Fearbolg.
Yeah.
Obviously, a changeling is. You don't need to explain a changeling to me. Lycanthrope, that's another obvious one. So it's like, and based on, like, the last Tabaxi we met, I could assume that's someone from the Feywild. So yeah, and it was actually kind of like chilling, in my opinion, the scene. Like hearing the description of some of these people that were trapped in the deck, trying to escape their fate was kind of scary, like to see these gods at their full power, essentially. Which also makes me wonder if the Vial created as many people or creatures. Themselves kind of hinted that they mostly created creatures to use for warfare and things like that, but we don't really know because Moloch seems to still have a lot of power, so who knows. But it was really kind of scary. We also got to learn that Sentiasa was a beautiful place, and the gods destroyed it in their war. And now it is just a barren wasteland. And obviously the one who's the most angry about it is the Feywild god. That makes sense. So very interesting. It's like the last meeting of the gods before the walls came up. And so there's a lot to unpack. My favorite thing we learned is that Thalon was welcome to go to the Feywild whenever she chose. As a former Feywild god. And I really like that quote too. I didn't get to write it down, but it was like, the tree always remembers the creators of the roots that formed it, or whatever. I thought it was a really nice way of wording that from the perspective of like a Feywild god. That was really cool. So that was crazy. And then also getting to see how the totems were distributed, like, because basically Ursulus explained that too. Thank you, Bear God, best God. Explained a lot of stuff for us in a very short period of time. That's just the first memory we got to see too. There's so much in that first memory. It's crazy.
Tell us more, Harry.
About which one? The second one?
First one.
Hey, what are your thoughts on the first one?
Okay. I mean, my thoughts on the first one. So I am like extremely shallow. I really like the Bear God guy. I think he's very cool.
We really like the Bear God.
Yeah, Bear God. Oh my God. Yes,
That's our dad. Bear God's our dad.
I've known about Bear God Dad for like 0.2 seconds, and like if freaking the Spider Prince goes and like kills him, I don't know if I can recover. Like
I'll kill all of you and then myself.
Exactly. I'll be killing everybody in the room and then myself. Like that's what's. I mean, maybe that's his plan. Maybe that's Spider Prince's plan. Because obviously, like, you know, the best god that is absolutely out there.
Destroy everything. Yep.
Yeah. Just friggin'. Yeah. I don't know. It's cool. I like that we're basically seeding in, and it felt like a really natural, really good way. Because I was here just being like, oh, God Lord drop. Like, and we get to actually see some gods that may potentially actually be alive. And also, because they seem so cool, I've actually got reason to potentially be like, oh, I actually hope they get saved. Because, you know, look, I don't mind I mean, everyone else, friggin' Estus, Ursulus, they can stay. I want the friggin' Harangon god. I want the rabbit god. I want the bear god.
You want the
They're
rabbit
cool.
and the bear.
I like
Cuddly
them.
gods.
Yeah.
You want the cuddly
Yes.
gods.
Yeah, the best gods objectively. They can, as long as like they can stay, then like everything is all good. Everything is all good.
How very Winnie the Pooh of you, Harry.
Yeah. Friggin', I'm just imagining like literally. I was just like imagining the Feywild is just like gonna go. It would be a crazy fun like thing if the gang eventually one way or the other went to the Feywild at some point, because that's definitely something that they'll have to do at some point. It would just be funny if you just sort of go there and it's like the Kingdom Hearts in Kingdom Hearts they have like the Winnie the Pooh world.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have like Winnie the Pooh world in like Kingdom Hearts. It should be really funny if it was just such a completely different tone shift, like it was like just Winnie the Pooh Fantasy Magic Land. That would be so cool. I'd love to see Elowen's reaction to that. I think that might break her. That might break her.
Yeah,
probably.
that might end things pretty quick.
It's like, nope, I'm going back through that portal. Ain't dealing with that.
Too
See
much
ya later.
magic. Gotta go.
See
Too
you
much
later,
magic
guys.
too quickly. See you later, gang.
Yeah.
Yep.
These
I don't
people
know if I have
are
much
not
else.
normal.
These people
Yeah.
are weird. Yeah.
Also, I will just say, continuing to. Oh, actually, sorry, I almost kind of said a big sort of spoiler from Clark's, so I'm gonna pivot
Yeah,
off
I'm
and not
behind
say
on
that.
Clax, so
Never
be
mind.
careful now.
Spoilers.
I won't spoil the Patreon content.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say.
Podcast
Above board.
spoilers.
Anything else on all this for you, Jazzy?
Yeah, this was my favourite moment of the episode because of all the rich lore. Now, so in my notes, some of my notes have already been said, but some of the things I noticed from it, especially on the rewatch. Firstly, the album track "The Gods Are Real" played throughout. Yep. It kind of kicks in at about 32 minutes 15 seconds for those who want a timestamp. But yeah, "The Gods Are Real" from the new album plays for both of the flashbacks. I thought that was fantastic. Yeah, I noticed that the gods and the other realms, we've touched upon the lovely cuddly ones, but I noticed we did get a little bit of information about the vile gods, and it was interesting that we only seemed to get information about 4 gods, not 8 or 7 or 9 or however many, but 4. One definitely seemed to be described like a vampire, pale skin, fangs, red lips, pretty glam, let's be honest. Vampire. There was also a purple elf with spider web tattoos.
Drow.
Exactly. I actually googled, see, can Drow be purple? Yes.
Yes.
Large, or specifically, he described her as huge.
Yeah, bigger than Ursulus.
Yes.
They're the 2 biggest creatures there.
Exactly. But it's exactly the word huge, I believe, is a specific size class in D&D. So similar to Rebulus, what's her name? Rebulus Markov, that's it. With a flaming axe. So some kind of giant maybe. So there's definitely, and obviously Moloch the spinner. So 4 gods, but not 8. So it's like, did they just not describe the other ones, or are there only 4 gods? Maybe some of those other gods were killed. Who knows? It's a little bit less complete. And of course, we don't know as much about what the Vile call themselves. I think in episode 38, they referred to the Wild as the Wayward Ones. So I don't know if they use similar kind of words for the other factions, but we clearly know a lot less about them. But Harry seemed to suggest in Action Surge that he knows. He's not ready to tell us just yet.
There will be more revealed shortly. Yes.
I noticed straight away that Ullin, in particular, seemed to be quite regretful of what was going on. Really, it just stood out that of all the gods, Ullin seemed to be the most regretful, and it stood out particularly on the rewatch. Obviously, Ullin is the god of truth, the dwarven god of truth, the one that Grornoff was the Antiqua for. So, my notes were, lies hurt. and doing that in order to procreate a lie, that's just extra pain. Doing a terrible thing for a lie that goes against your very purpose and being. So I did feel bad for Alan.
Yeah, it's maybe segueing a little bit to the second vision or memory. It's quite telling, or it explains a lot more of themselves' behavior and psyche, I guess, if a god can have a psyche. And, you know, the standoffishness, the kind of once burned, twice shy type reaction to things. Yeah.
All I'll say is Ursulus would never. Ursulus would never. If you know, friggin' themselves was with the wild, Ursulus would never. I've only known Ursulus for 2 seconds, but I'm sure of that fact.
Oh god.
All right.
Oh god.
We'll see how far the big bear falls. Harry.
Unless of course he has already fallen in episode
No,
1.
yeah.
no, he's fine. Don't worry.
Episode 1.
All good. He's good. He's fine.
Or 2. Episode 2. rather.
Episode 2. Yeah.
Oh, all fine. All good. All good. Yeah.
All right.
Oh my
Anything
gosh.
else we want to say on the visions? The memories?
Yeah, I have something to say, and I mentioned this before the call, but I gotta say it now. So what I really like, on top of like getting a look at what was caused themselves to be the way they were, and also seeing how the deck was made, it was nice to between Action Surge and the episode have like another part of my like theory about the child kind of confirmed, which is that so during the scene where they basically turn on themselves, they imply that they say that Thalon like sacrificed a lot, but they don't say that Thalon sacrificed the child, just that she sacrificed her home and her side and her alliance and her children, right? Her children being the Eladrin. So I had clocked that in the first place. I was like, interesting, which kind of enforced my idea that the child is much younger than Reliquiae. Then in Action Surge, which is airing or has aired as we speak, Harry told them 2 more of the visions that they didn't get. And one of them specifically that he mentioned was after, like, either while Thalon was pregnant or after she'd already had the child, her defending the child and saying that she did not want to have the child killed to the other gods. So they were having like an audience to figure out that what they were going to do about Thalon and the child, which means that's an entirely separate memory later on down the line. So while we still don't know how old the child is, we still don't know like when this all occurred, we don't know really when anything happened. We now know that the child is younger, definitely younger than Reliquiae, which I think is one of those things that slipped through the cracks when like we found out that the Spider Prince was the child, because everyone was like debating like, oh, how old must he be and blah blah blah, and it's like, well, I mean, the one thing that we didn't get confirmed was when Thalon had the child, and now it's clearly after the establishment of the borders, after the establishment of the truce, like probably much later down the line, if they were willing to ask themselves to come back, and themselves did come back for this audience. It was clearly that important that they had to have all the gods there. So obviously we still don't know when, but they are clearly much further apart in the timeline than I think a lot of people initially kind of comprehended. And for me, what was really telling was Ursulus telling her she could go home whenever she liked, which kind of even further enforced my idea that the father, radiant or not, is from the Feywild. Because, like I said before, the Feywild wanted the child to protect it, raise it, whatever, even if it couldn't stay with Thalon, and the Vile wanted to kill it, which made me think it must be a child of the Feywild, because why would they fight so hard to keep it? And so I'm just saying, my theories still hold. A lot of my thoughts still kind of stand. under scrutiny. So we'll have to see what else we learn as we continue down these like various paths that these characters are going on.
Yep,
So
definitely.
Theory will hold.
The theory will hold.
I don't know
Just
which
like the
way
Briar.
Jazzy is, but like I
which
want to
way
point.
am I? Which
Way is
I've-
Jazzy? Which way is
I've
Jazzy? 'Cause
covered my face, so I don't know.
I don't know, but like I'm trying to like point vaguely at Jazzy wherever Jazzy
Right.
is,
I'm
because it's been
here.
like, is this why? So because I remember before we were talking about the podcast, you mentioned like a number.
Yes.
You mentioned the thing. Go do the thing. I think what were you doing? What were you talking about that relates to this?
100 years before the events of episode 1.
Okay,
Gornoff
very
stated
specific.
episode 6
Uh-huh.
explained that the gods had weakened
Mm-hmm.
100 years before. That's when they left Alvelion and went up to the top of Mount Atria. That sudden loss of power, that rapid aging, the creation of a demigod, that extra pool of divinity, that's going to drain a hell of a lot of god juice or whatever
Yes.
from the gods. And he stated it was 100 years ago. 100 years is just enough time for a child to be born, brought up in an orphanage. All their peers and caregivers will have aged and passed on. They would have gone out into I was going to say the wild, more like out into the streets
Into the world.
into the world of Escalon, because that's where the orphanage was we know it was based. They would fall into trouble, maybe they'd get into, that obviously they're not aware of their heritage at this point, but they'll have skills and abilities far beyond their peers. They'll be very good at whatever it is they're doing. They would no doubt have attracted the attention of the god of death, who could have been in Reliquia for goodness knows how long, taken under their wing. The web maybe have already existed at this point. Maybe the spinner was already part of that organization, and then this was his way of usurping control of that through this vulnerable child. 100 years is just about is more than enough time to get someone in, integrate them into the web, engineer a takeover, kill all the gods, and now send them off into the Feywild to finish the job. 100 years.
And it's
Episode
good you
6.
brought up Moloch, because interesting to note, he would have known that the child existed, because that Harry said the Vial knew about the child and wanted it killed. And the fact that the child wasn't killed was clearly not part of the plan, as mentioned at the beginning of in episode 1. So just saying, like, so clearly he must have come around the time that the child was born, if not a little later when the child was getting older. But that kind of gives us an idea how long he may have been in Reliquia, because he would have already known about the child. They had to tell the Vial about the child, just like they had to tell the Feywild. The Vial knew about it, and they were angry about it. So.
But Moloch maybe sensed an opportunity.
That's what I said before. That
maybe-
absolutely.
Maybe the other Vile gods are not so keen on that opportunity either. Maybe there's opportunity.
I'm gonna say you kind of like play. It's very. I'm like over here being like, what is bro cooking in brackets? What is Moloch cooking here? Because like, kind of being like we want this guy dead, but I've got a crazy idea. And just using that, be like, don't worry, I don't worry, I can control him. When we, because like, okay, it'll probably come to a point where I guess Moloch believes like, yeah, don't worry, I can take this guy, I can take this dude, it's okay, it's all good.
For how long could you? Because control won't last forever.
Seems like a bad idea. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a good idea to me, bro.
It's one of these. I think the thing about a memory is that it's a reliable narrator, right? We don't know whether the other entities here are reliable narrators, right? And what their motivations are. So kind of classically in most fantasy, right? Evil gods and evil entities in a world tend not to be very good at allegiances, etc., and tend to play off of each other. It's kind of if I don't slip the knife in from the front, then I'll definitely slip it in
Yeah.
from the side or the back, right?
Yeah.
So, to what extent Moloch is actually operating independently here, right? He may be thinking, well, I kill these other guys off, and then I sick the spider prince on the other vile gods, and then I got the whole thing to
Yeah.
myself at that point.
But
Moloch.
then you have to worry about
Oops.
what if he turns his power on you.
Yeah.
So Moloch isn't even fully protected from his own pawn.
I
Because
like-
once you recognize power, you can use it on anyone.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of Moloch basically just kind of. I mean, you know, we can also like go back and be like, yo, how does like, you know, the gods get their domains or something like that? That's going something super in depth of, you know, is like, you know, whatever, whether that's like an innate like thing they just sort of get, you know, if they like got it through like a loot box or something, I don't know. But like I kind of just have this funny image in my mind of just like Moloch drawing the god of death, like, you know, stick essentially, and being like, wow. And just like doubling down so extremely
Yeah.
like hard and just go and be like, yeah, we're going to fucking get everyone all killed. And yeah, doing a good job at it, I guess.
Maybe the gods pulled their jobs out of a deck of cards. The deck of many gods.
They rolled a d20 and
It's one that like he made, and it's getting like lower and lower towards the end to be like, okay, they've not drawn that card yet. They've not drawn it. Damn it.
Yep.
But, yeah, I got the bum deal. I have to be the depressing one.
Yep.
Yeah. The only thing
yeah.
I wanted to say
Go.
that is like not this, but related to like the memories, just sort of gloss over it. I just wanted to kind of say like, man, you know, Virtuous, they are like fake AF friends. Can't believe, for real. Fake friends. I think it's just wild to basically ask one of your bestie gods to basically go in like deep undercover, and then immediately afterwards turn around and be like, yeah, but you were like hanging out with them, so like I don't know, maybe you're like evil now or something. I'm like, that's that's so bad. That's
That is
so
bad.
that's can't
Yep.
believe that. That sucks.
Very,
Yeah,
very,
and that
very
Theolon
duplicitous.
wouldn't even come to bat for him, who was the one person who would know exactly what
Exactly what it was
himself
like.
went through, but no, didn't
Fake
even go
AF.
to bat for him. Yeah, they're all cowards.
The
They're cowards.
The
Yeah.
only one that seemed to show any kind of doubt was again Ullen.
Mhm.
That's what stood out on the rewatch, was that Ullen seemed to be the only one
Very much, yeah.
vaguely virtuous, but compared to our lovely cuddly bear god.
Mhm.
Ursulus would never.
Yeah, Ursulus would never.
But
Again,
I've-
like
sorry.
all goodness to Ullen, but also like it's the equivalent of basically just like, you know, seeing like, you know, seeing something bad that as a god you probably could have a little bit of swaying power in this conversation. I don't know, but just sort of like pensively, like, you know, shaking your head, be like, damn, pensive. I'm gonna
Nothing.
just shaking my head. This sucks. Yeah.
But
This
I
is
don't know.
making me uncomfortable, but I will not do anything about it. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta uphold the status quo.
Yeah.
It's the meme, like, you know, shoots the guy. Who could have stopped? Who could have possibly?
Who could have done this?
Yeah.
Who could have possibly done this?
it seemed to me is from that as well that there were two ringleaders in that conversation. Aurum, but in particular Ignace did not to me come across well at all. And of course, Ignace's Antiqua is still alive.
Yep.
Genevieve,
Oh yeah.
who our lovely Elowen has had a little bit of a clash with already,
Yeah.
albeit with words so far.
But she was literally like, yo, what's up with that big tree? And she's like, huh? What big tree? You didn't see anything. Just instantly try to do a Jedi mind
Didn't
trick.
see anything.
Genevieve attempts Jedi mind trick. Attempts worst Jedi mind trick. Asked to leave Mount Antiqua.
Yeah.
Mount Atria even.
Mount Antiqua.
Which it
I was down
basically
with
is
it.
Mount Antiqua.
I like
Yeah.
that.
All right. We do have to move on.
Yes.
I think we probably would all agree. Number one, if you had any issues listening to any of the points, I know a lot of people have had or a few people have had issues with the reverb. There is a lovely transcript from Elthanriel, so
Coming in
he has
clutch.
been continuing to do those for the discussions with themselves. So if you missed anything from that, go check that out. It's on the Discord. I am in the process of trying to get all of those transcripts up on the fandom as well, starting with the one from 36. And it's definitely worth a re-listen or re-watch, as I think Jazzy can attest to, having done so recently. If you want to really listen to those descriptions. We talked about the divine power. I don't think there's much more to say other than the I'm not afraid.
Unafraid.
Oh, okay, there was obviously the thing of, I wasn't too sure immediately, going into the scene, because it felt like very quick being like, no, why are you dying? That seems like a bad idea to immediately sort of go. But like the scene kind of like felt like it was much more earned, and kind of like it felt so much more earned, like with just like the callback to the unafraid line. That was very good. That was very good. I actually went from being like, I don't know, is this kind of thing, to be like, oh, actually I like this scene. Like this scene. Yeah. I mean, I think it's ultimately the thing of, ultimately, how do you keep like a god or very powerful being alive without it being the one solution to every problem?
Yeah.
And like, I think that's clever on just like a mechanics front, because ultimately, okay, cool, you can have the super powerful, god being be a solution to exactly one problem of your choice, but you gotta make sure that's a fun and good use of that choice, because they're gonna explode into colors after. Yeah. Also, like, I also think there's also definitely an element of like in the table, we're obviously only seeing it, every like couple weeks. But if you've, had, 3 like weeks or like a month of break in between sort of the stewing between the sessions when you last talked to like themselves, all of this stuff like hits very different as a player. Because like always between those breaks, it's like you do kind of end up like thinking about the game more, and you kind of like attach yourself more to the characters than are like, I guess, explicitly done within the 4 or so hours that you talk to them in the session. So I think there's just like a lot of elements of just psychologically fun things in there as well. But yeah, I loved the unafraid line. That was so freaking cool.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to ask, and maybe we can add this to the AMA, how much the cast talks to each other individually outside of Natural Six.
How much do they
things.
theorize? How much do they theorize?
Well, or
amongst
just
themselves?
like in how much are they around each other? Because they talk a lot about when they're all together being different, but how much kind of rubbing of elbows do they actually have?
The WhatsApp.
Yeah, which gives, obviously that rubbing of elbows gives the opportunity to talk about, hey, well, tell me a little bit more about what your character thinks about this, and let's think about how we can work that into the next episode, right? I do think it's quite interesting, and I'll be interested to see whether this happens soon, because it really hasn't happened yet. Is nobody's really put their hand on anybody else and said, wait. Right?
Yeah.
And I was kind of waiting here for somebody to put their hand on themselves and say, wait. Right? To your point, Harry, about it being a little rushed, necessarily, of the act of closing the portal. Like, whoa.
I'm in there. I'm going through hubris that they're like going off to freaking close the rift. I'm casting like web. I'm giving them freaking difficult terrain for a bit. We're like, hold on a moment, Buster. Let's have a chat.
Do we really need to close this right this minute? Right?
To see if one more thing comes through and study it. I don't know. Freaking drop lightning bolts.
So, I mean, maybe they would have said, no, this needs to be closed immediately. And that would have been that. But yeah, I'll be interested to see whether we get a wait at some point. We'll see how that goes. That brings us to our first tumultuous and point
Our first incident.
Yes, our first incident of misbehavior. That in terms of the progression of events that got to our incident, man, they were trying hard to like get this guy who's like a 11 HP simple NPC to be the like
James the change they want to see.
Yeah, be the change you wish to see in the world.
Yeah, be the James Bond here, basically.
Yeah.
Appreciate the gumption.
And
Do
I
appreciate
mean,
the gumption of it.
I like the fact that Alex is willing to kind of figuratively roll the dice on some random NPC being the change that they need here. And he's done that a few times in the last 2 or 3 episodes here. I've been like, I will speak to you and then you will go forth and do great things. But boy, obviously we got some detail on how the Glomer kind of set up and maybe a little bit what their motivations are.
And how like the rings work.
How the rings work, how much deception is involved in all this. The gods have been dead for a long time. No, they haven't actually. Et cetera, et cetera. Anything in particular we want to discuss about Carl before we get to the event in question?
I think he laid out a few I think he did kind of do a reasonable job of laying a few home truths at the party. A bit.
Yep.
I think just sort of held a mirror up to them a bit and just thought, you know what, you ain't so squeaky clean yourselves.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of not, just put them in their place a little.
Yeah, I mean, morally gray, I think, is always a much more interesting position, Jazzy. So to have someone remind our gang that, as you say, they're not all squeaky clean.
But also the big revelation from Carl. There's a war on,
Yeah. There's been a war almost this whole time.
This
There
whole
is
time.
no war in Reliquie.
There is no war
There's
in
the exact quote.
There sure is now.
Literally in my notes. So I put, never known a war, and then I wrote, lol, LOL, little did she know.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
definitely.
there's a war on.
There is a war on.
No elaboration though.
That jerk, that annoying. It's like that TikTok audio that went around for a while. And then I hear this aggravating, whining, like I forget the exact quote, but that's about Barabask. I can't say what I want to call him. That's not allowed, and I already accidentally cursed once. But yeah, Barabask is being a bit of a jerk. And is using the fact that the council is linked to the newly dead, and protecting them, even though not really, they're not even there, to justify attacking Baroon, and attacking the council, which the council were clearly going to be, they probably already were kind of against Barabask without even knowing the truth, because it's kind of like, they feel like the kind of group that would be like, now let's all hold on a second. Let's get all of our information and figure this out together. And Barabask clearly doesn't want that, because Barabask wants to be the new god, and like no one can question the new god. So it's time to take out, like I guarantee Brack probably questioned him as well, which is probably why they attacked Brack. Who knows what load, could be the same thing. But it feels like a pretext for the Gloam to get into these places by using them questioning their new god. Because honestly, it's like that quote from Monty Python. like, oh, girl just hands me a sword, and like, it's not the democratic process, right? So like, Barabbas put himself in the sky, was like, I am the new god. Of course, a lot of people are gonna be like, no, that's not how this works. Like, we're still mourning our gods, and you're telling us now that you've just decided, like, a girl in a lake handed you a sword, they should put you away. So like, he's out here declaring himself the new god, because there's no other gods. It's literally just him. Like, as far as we know, Genevieve's not out here doing this. He has only mentioned himself. And so he's out here saying, I'm the new god, and expecting everyone to fall in line just because they had a patsy. But I don't think it worked. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to justify attacking Brack, possibly being involved in the attack on Lode, and now attacking Barun. Like, it's definitely because people questioned his leadership and him just putting himself in charge. It can't just be because they're protecting the newly dead. The newly dead just get to be a reason that he can be like, because he can't say, well, they questioned my authority as a god. Like, because I'm sure many people did, because you can't just choose that when the gods are dead. Like, there's too much trying to figure out what to do, and you're just deciding, I know, I'm in charge. So, like, I feel like it's just a pretense. Because like themselves said, he's a coward. He's ambitious. He's terrified, and he has no like actual like drive and love in his heart. He wants to be in charge. And so I can guarantee it feels like a situation where these cities were like, who put you in charge? We should have all decided, especially because Brack is one of the cities that belongs to one of the races, right?
Orcs.
Yeah, the orcs. So, like, I'm sure all of these people were like, you don't get to decide to be our god. You never even represented us. And rather than, because obviously information probably spreads slowly here, rather than just, he can just turn around and say, well, they're bad. Like, he can't say they question my authority, because I'm sure most of Reliquia is questioning his authority. I'm sure Barun did, because Barun is not allied to a single god. So I can guarantee Barun was like, why should we put you in? Why should you be in charge? And so now we've got this situation where it's like, well, no, they're actually protecting the newly dead. Like, I'm sure it's more complicated than just anything that Carl said, because like there's so many moving parts. But obviously it all ends up facilitating what Moloch is trying to do. Regardless, it facilitates his motivations by having the great cities of Reliquiae fall, because then it's just chaos and there's no one that can stop them.
And Carvilius said in episode 22 that Barabbas has got power directly from the vial.
Yeah. On top of that.
Yeah, no
Presumably
doubt.
through Moloch.
But
yeah,
we'll see whether the transition now of him, Moloch, departing back through the portal, they did go through the portal. That whether that power now wanes, right? We'll have to see. It's time for a good Star Wars quote of fear leads to anger, right? Et cetera, et cetera. I won't do the whole quote. And yeah, Shen, it'll be, I think, because we've been so disconnected from that for so long, 20 plus episodes, I guess, at this point, it's hard to know. It's hard to kind of get back into it, because we haven't really heard anything from Barabbas since basically he did the stuff in the sky, right? So
since he declared them all war criminals under
more
the
or
Geneva
less.
Conventions.
Yeah. So
The Genevieve Conventions.
The Genevieve
well done, Harry.
The Sentiasa Conventions.
The Sentiasa Conventions, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, obviously, where that goes now.
Yeah.
And that is obviously going to be a discussion point for our second event. But going back to our first event,
Radiant casts
Your
worst
Honor.
spell, asked to leave Reliquie.
Your Honor, is there anything else we'd like to discuss related to Carl before we end him?
I think it's time.
I mean, the discussions in the chat were getting kind of contentious. And I feel like, obviously, we want to side against these guys. They're the Gloam, and we want to find their actions indefensible. But I do think, given the fact that they did point out he's a regular guy, I do think, like, even if we don't agree with their intentions, we can't just cast aside, because unfortunately I'm living in a society where these things might become more prevalent as time goes on. And while I do think it's fair to criticize someone for joining an evil organization, when it's just the fear of giving your daughter a better life, it's like, it's hard to kind of have a fair discussion about that, because we want to criticize that they're in the Gloam, but we do have to remember they're normal people who were manipulated too. And it's like, there's plenty of that to go around. And I just think it's really important that, we keep our minds open to that instead of arguing in the comments over whether someone's right or not. That's not the discussion, really. And we can't change the characters. I think it's just important to remember that sometimes people we don't agree with are victims of the same things that we're victims of, even if we're more awakened to it. So it's like, I unfortunately have to live with this every day. So
I could imagine a sort of a future in Reliquia when the dust settled, that there's going to have to be a way of, a bit like in the mid-1940s, where they had to go through this process of denazification.
Yeah.
In places, a deglomification will have to take place.
Yeah.
But maybe that's what the Council of Equals would be
logically
those
do.
Types of people would do that process. A bit like how you have de-radicalizing.
Yeah. When you're fed a lie, like when you're fed certain lies for so long, and you can't escape the cycles that continue to feed you those lies, or you refuse to, you're never going to believe the truth. Unfortunately, that's just how brains work. It's very hard to wake people up to the actual truths, because they have been told the news sources and the resources that they have are not lying to them, and they believe them because maybe they weren't in the position to be in a place where they were taught to think critically of what was being fed to them, or their entire group, their entire area just continued to perpetuate the lie. It's a lot harder to get through to these people than just saying, that's why they had to show him proof. It's a lot harder to just say, well, your daughter could have been making shoes. Well, yeah, obviously. But that's not what he was being told, was that there wasn't going to be a world for his daughter to even build shoes in. That's what he was being told. Meanwhile, we also know that there might not be a world for his daughter to build shoes in, but from a different perspective of that. It's hard to see that other perspective when your confirmation bias is so constantly fed continuous misinformation, lies, and manipulation. So yeah, it's a process, and who knows if we'll get to see that process more and more if we get to more Gloam members.
It doesn't even need to be that sinister.
No.
Shan, right?
No, absolutely not.
It doesn't need to be constant deception, right? It only needs to be sufficient deception or easy answers.
Yeah.
I said this while we were doing the watch party, right? Like these kind of behaviors and rationales are very on the nose for the world we currently live in, right?
Yeah.
And they probably have always been true to a certain extent, right? Like fascism has a great breeding ground in a uneducated, unthinking population that is surrounded by yes men and people with easy answers to difficult problems, right?
And then
that
you add in the slot machines on
and
top.
there's all sorts of things obviously that can push that in one way or the other, right? And maybe to get to the point of our good friend Carl being 3D8'd by Mr. Radiant Thornbear. In this one, actually, while I'm not necessarily 100% on board with Mr. Ben Starr's reaction in Action Surge, saying it was kind of funny to kill a guy in cold blood, but
Mine's
I am on board with the idea that it's much more narratively interesting to discuss the fate of this individual more deeply than just, okay, we have a quick chat with him and we send him on his way, or we just slaughter him and move on, right? So while it did get a bit long in the tooth, right, trying to go through this, the outcome does make you think about, like, life is precious, man, and it is really easy for you to get into a situation where you're being totally manipulated and you don't know, and even if the right answers were put literally directly in front of you, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Right? So I think while maybe it wasn't intended to kind of have all of those, and I think even Harry said in the Action Surge is like, I didn't think that you guys were going to take this guy on a 45-minute, story kind of trip here. But that isn't I think there were lots of interesting things said in that sort of mini arc of the episode, right?
I thought Dolly, I noticed it the first time, but on the rewatch as well, Dolly, in particular during those interactions, she was clearly, you could sense how Dolly's changing. She just seems to have lost a bit of that edgy spite that was perhaps there pre-Nox. She's got this bit more. She's developed. She was thinking, this is not who we ought to be. This is not who we ought. This is not who we are.
Yeah, and in the sense of past performance doesn't guarantee future performance. Also, your past deeds don't need to define your future ones. You can choose. Just because you killed 6 guys previously doesn't mean you need to kill this guy now.
Well, I
right?
also appreciated her trying to talk, Carl away from the Gloam. She was in a position where she was manipulated by somebody, and then she was that person put her into another situation to be used. And so her being the person trying to keep Carl alive, number one, and trying to get him out of that mindset with specifically, obviously, like, I thought it was really funny how judgy Radiant was being. I thought it was very, very funny of him. But, like, specifically those two, because I was also party to those conversations with Nox. I think it's really interesting of her to see someone who, like, she could have been that person and tried to talk them down and make them see sense. It was a very nice character growth for our girl Dolly.
Definitely. Shall we 3D8 now?
Yes.
The Carl Memorial roll.
I figured
Would
it was
you
an
have
accident
killed
because
Carl?
I know what Mind Spike does now. Like, I don't play D&D, but I know what Mind Spike does. So I was like, I really hope that was an accident. Ben being like, yeah, it was an accident. I just wanted to track him, but forgetting how much damage he could do to him. It was so dumb and funny at the same time.
There was a bit where they weren't entirely sure, like you said, 15, no 7, no 11.
Yeah, he didn't even know how much HP. He thought he had 15. Ben thought he had 15.
He still rolled 15 though.
He still rolled 15.
he still killed him.
I made notes of
even
that.
if it was 15. All right, let's 3D8.
Hold on, I forgot to take out D8s, so let me find a couple.
This is not looking good for Carl, gang.
Yeah,
He's so dead.
My first roll is on
3 D8s.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I
come on.
genuinely.
I saved him. He's alive in my roll. I got a 1, a 2, and a 5.
Okay.
Well, the good news is one of my rolls was a 1. The bad
Aw.
news is the other two added up to 13. So I'm afraid
Oh wow, awesome.
6, 7, and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my second roll definitely killed him.
15 for me. So Radiant and I are on the level.
25. I rolled an 8, a 7, a 7. I rolled 8 and double 7. That which oh wait,
8 and
28
8 is
three?
8
Sorry.
and 8 is 16,
You
Harry.
still,
Yeah.
7, 8 plus 7 plus 7.
Is 23.
you still killed him twice.
Wait, no, that's 22. What?
8
still
and 8
double
and
dead.
7.
No, 8, 7, 7.
Oh,
8 double 7.
Yeah.
22. Yes.
Sorry, 22. I thought
Yeah.
the 2 looked like a 5.
And 14
Okay.
from me in total.
That's why they
So
don't let me
I
do maths.
saved him on my first roll.
I Omega killed him.
So, yeah, Harry almost got a crit.
So, yeah, I
Guys, I saved him on my second roll too. 3, 3,
Oh.
1. So Ben should have called me. I
Man,
would
you
have
should have
saved
called.
him.
Yeah.
You should
I
have.
would've
Are you
saved him
rolling in?
then.
Are you rolling in the tower though?
Oh, do you want me to?
I mean, we'll just
Roll in
yeah.
the tower. What happens if you roll in the tower?
Okay.
Does the tower kill him?
Tower just gets him 11.
Yeah. So here's the thing
The
as well.
tower knows. The
This
tower
moment
knows.
could have been salvaged as well. Because, just
I'm
like
sorry
mind
to do
spiking, oops, we killed the guy. They did find a diamond immediately before that, or like in the caves.
They could have
Yeah.
raised
And
him.
Kel
Right?
does
They
have
said
Revivify.
that, yeah, they
This
did
could be
say
the
that.
could be the wildest Revivify of all time. But
Yeah.
Ben specifically said, oh yeah, no, his brain explodes. And it's like, well, you can't Revivify out of that.
No,
Oops.
Elowin would have stabbed him out straight after.
Yeah, Ella went
Yeah.
straight. That's the other thing too. I think was like it was very clear. Even if Holly hadn't said it, she would have killed him either way. So like that guy was gonna be dead. He wasn't making it out of that whole situation.
yeah. Again, kind of unless the party goes no stop, right?
Yeah.
Which
Well, she said she would even do it when they weren't. She said she was gonna wait until she would have waited till they were all not looking,
all not looking, and then
and then would have just gotten him while he was on his
Oops.
way out.
I think.
shot him in the back.
Yeah.
I don't
Great.
think party unity is well. we'll be
Things
getting
are falling
into
apart a little bit.
We're gonna get to that.
I
Yeah.
feel what I was gonna just sort of
Spoilers.
say is I feel this was an exercise in flavor responsibly.
Yeah.
Flavor responsibly.
Honestly, what Ben was trying to do was quite smart
Yes.
because they wanted to trust him that they could do the meetup, but they weren't sure. So Ben, it was in theory, okay, I'll mind spike him so we can track him.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just
Smart
forgot how
idea.
much damage he could do,
I think
and
Yeah.
that he had no HP to give.
they struggled to find a good use for him that
Yeah.
was credible, that didn't involve taking him into the old dark, which they were
Yeah.
clearly never going to do.
Yeah, they didn't want to bring him with them. Yeah.
It was a bit. My notes kind of said a missed opportunity, maybe, but it was a tricky one.
Hold on, I gotta get the you tried star. You tried. Why is my keyboard? Who turned my keyboard off? Which cat did that? You tried. I should put that in the chat.
The fluffy one. The fluffy one is the one that.
I'm trying to get a
turned your
really
keyboard off.
bad one. Yeah.
At least, though, Carl's boots lived on. His excellent boots.
His boots are on the Child of the Midnight Moon.
The unnamed Mooney.
Yes. And Kel cast Lesser Restoration, which
Yes. Which would heal Blight if it ever happens again. That's what Celandine used.
yes. Yes, it would, Jesse. Yes, it would.
So when Radian gets
When
friendly
he
with a mushroom,
decides to lick something else that he
Yeah.
shouldn't.
some
yeah.
handy little spells cropping up now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I forgot to mention. I really like that Ben semi-referenced one of my favorite memes, which is the risk I took was calculated But man, am I bad at math. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite memes. And when he did, as soon as he did it, I did a little chuckle.
Right on point.
Yeah.
Because it's 100% accurate. Cool. I don't know that we need to go maybe too much into Alex with
It was cool though.
doing the
Telling the elders.
yeah.
I do like that Harry kind of said that themselves had prepared them for this, like to see either one of them come back.
I was really afraid of that. I was like, this could go really badly, guys, because themself is now dead. You literally said like minutes ago that you're god killers. You had a guy.
Well, that's why it's good that themselves preempted it by warning the elders. Yeah,
I think Harry was probably thinking about that. He's like, this could go really bad. All it takes is for them to like roll badly on a persuasion check or whatever, and we got kobold civil war going on down here.
Yeah.
So when they said they were going to go back to the old Ark, I was like, man, this could go bad, and obviously it didn't, and I'm happy that it didn't. Right? But
they needed one win.
It did make sense though, because like, when was the last time themselves would have left anyway? Like, I mean, he left a handful of times to go look for
Yep.
But we don't know how often that happened.
Potentially
and how
years,
far apart.
right?
Yeah. So it's like, it makes sense that if themself is going into a situation, if themself has been convinced I should do something for if not for this world, then for for them to go to the elders and be like, look, one of us is maybe both of us. I'm hoping it's both of us.
Yep.
But if I don't come back, I'm hoping I does to tell you what happened. But things might change. And I think that was like a really cool thing for Harry, regardless of because of the God Killer thing or not, because there's so much I think they've forgotten between episodes. If I'm being honest, that like I wouldn't be surprised if Harry just planned that from the get go for themselves, because the way that society is built, themselves would have had to tell them. If themselves dies, everything changes, and so I can imagine like themselves saying like, look, I need to go do this. I don't know if I will be back. But here's what you should prepare for, and hopefully I comes back to give you information or whatever, because I cares about like, and I mean I felt like they would have gone back anyway to tell them that they cleared out the caves, so I feel like themselves predicted that I would have gone back anyway, but to tell the elders like, look, you need to be prepared for what happens no matter who comes back. Because who knows, maybe if themselves had come back, things would have changed anyway. Because themselves had been pushed to return to the world as it was. So just a really like nice touch from Harry that got to give Alex a moment, which was nice.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Right. Anything else before we go to before we discuss the second event?
This episode was very wholesome.
Okay.
Chill
Kind
vibes.
of?
Chill vibes.
Chill.
Chill vibes.
We got a memorial cave to Parvis.
We did.
So that is heartwarming. You were not wrong.
I liked how I tried to sell the future to kobolds as fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
I liked that. It's just that little bit of eyes kind of. Or...
You wonder how much joy and whimsy is in kobold culture.
Yeah.
Feels like not a lot.
Yeah.
I think
There's a lot of
that's going to change.
That's going to change. There's a lot of duty, right? and a lot of order,
Yeah.
but not a lot of
Wild.
yeah. So it will certainly. I'm looking forward to them interacting with kobolds in the future and see how much things change. But our second event,
The other contentious event.
the other contentious event.
And I take it you don't mean Kel trying to invent the spork.
No, I do not mean Kel attempting to invent the spork. Obviously there was I have not looked at the comments on the YouTube video. I probably don't want to. Because I might have my opinion of humanity lowered.
Perhaps.
But maybe I'll be surprised. How do we feel about Elowen's reaction to what to do next and the consequences, as Jazzy put that so eloquently in his prediction?
I mean, I said consequences. I was like, I didn't think it would be so immediate. All I'll say at this point is I thought the delivery of it, goodness me, Holly can deliver lines with power. I felt affected almost because it was performed so well. It was so powerful. I was very impressed with Holly's performance. It reminds me of episode 11.
It is, yeah, just on that, before we get to Harry's thoughts. I agree that Holly's best work, I think, is when she knows that what she has to say or deliver has to be emphatic, right? And uncompromising. And yeah, boy, was this emphatic and uncompromising, and it's pretty hard to fault it when it comes to the performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, your thoughts?
I was gonna like definitely echo that. I was thinking like mostly in this episode, I think I and Elowen, Alex and Holly absolutely like eating on like the performances this time. Had a really, really fun time with the both of them. Yeah, so this entire like ending sequence and argument, I did also confess in that I haven't actually done like a rewatch of like the ending basically. But like I'm gonna be what I think is gonna be like bold and controversial. I'm kind of on Team Elowen with this one, genuinely. Even though with big asterisks, I'm on Team Elowen. However, I think obviously obviously like she said a lot of like she did say a lot of like quite bad stuff there. I mean, Shan, I think you've got some of the like the morality best hits or lack thereof.
Yeah, she kind of came at them a little bit, specifically Radian.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, only Dolly really knows Radian's problem.
Yeah.
So her basically, like, I didn't write down the exact quote because, like, I had a lot I was trying to write down. But she basically threw his foreignness at him and his lack of memory and connection. Like, essentially, like, you're not even from here. Why should you care? And also, like, you don't even have any family anyway. Like, it was very...
That's bad. That's
Ooh,
bad.
It was bad. Especially, like, I is right there mourning his god. It was a little crazy. Like, obviously, I 100% know where she's coming from. And I don't disagree with her. But yeah, her, like, letting these guys catch strays just for having a conversation with her was crazy. Wild. Very mean. But, like, it's hard to be logical in those moments. But yeah, it was really cruel, especially someone who was, like, had just tried to help her, too. Like, she asked him for help, and he helped her, and, like, I thought we were we were working together. She was trying to protect him. I thought we were on a good path here. And now she's just like, well, why should you care anyway? How you feel doesn't even matter. It's like, ooh, family drama really makes everything worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think it was argued in a good way, but
No.
like in terms of, I don't think it was argued in a good way at all. So yeah, but I kind of, in terms of just the logic of the decision, talking about logical decision, because like we can't make this decision can't really be made like logically in the situation of the party, like when they are in where they're at right now and coming up with that decision and, you know, figuring that out. Even if you just sort of, but like looking at it logically or looking at it from Elowin's like perspective, which I know where she is like sort of coming from on that front, I gotta be honest, like I kind of think she's like right in terms of ultimately like we need to go into Baroon over Lathy. Like I think it's interesting that everyone else is so very much focused on going down there. I'm just gonna lay out like Elowin's the Elowin like point of view here, and or like where I'm gonna point out basically where she's sort of coming from, or the three problems currently. One, we know that of the war. The war, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Is that where it is? I don't know.
Yes.
Is that
it's
where the
Ba
war
Sing
is?
Se. Yeah.
Okay. There is no war in Baroon Sing Se. But that's happening. So yeah, there's the war that's going on. Baroon definitely seems like it is, well, gonna either be or is already pretty much like under attack, that kind of thing. That's already a big central thing that everyone already like knows exists and is. Here's the thing: you go and save the world and you do whatever, but there's like no world to really go back to because it's already been friggin' like, you know, either destroyed or taken over or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
What was the point of even fighting for it in the first place? To be perfectly honest, like, you know, I think coming from the idea of just protecting material interests, I think Baroon makes the most sense. The other front being when it comes to elements. Sorry, I'm gonna close because like I see you writing notes, so I can't because that's distracting me. So I've minimized it. Here's the thing: Elowin has a big old, you know, history with like magic, and basically anytime she's trying to interact with magic, you know, generally magic, it fudging goes badly. It goes badly, it has consequences. It ends up kind of not end up being worth it in the first point. And also, you know, talking with, you know, God or big powerful, you know, deity figures or whatever, they've always turned out to either be unhelpful or like less helpful or like helpful because the party have kind of strong on them into being helpful ultimately at the turn of it.
Yeah.
So asking the party basically being like, okay, go to this mythical, you've got to go to Lathy to find the 3 dragons and find a stag who that will somehow end up letting you to do the thing. The other asterisk, which also, you know, Lathy is like the moving lands of Lathy. Like it literally moves around. They gotta find the place first. It's not just like, it's just kind of listed on the map, but like it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be located exactly there. So like there's so many unknowns there, and also just you gotta get there. It involves still dealing with a lot more like random magic stuff. These friggin' dragons gonna want to talk with like friggin' 5 like chumps who've just kind of like sort of shown up. I mean, arguably maybe with a bit of, you know, themself magic power that might like help them with that scenario, but that's still like so much of a thing that you don't even have a timeline on. When, if not now, most likely very imminently, Baroon is going to be under some friggin' trouble. Big trouble. And again, I think coming from the perspective of you want to make sure that you have something to actually go back to, and it's a smaller problem in the short term that you can at least deal with and lock in for, you can then use that to essentially restock, refigure out where you're going, and hell, even maybe with support of the actual Baroon Council, if they are friggin' alive by helping out with the war, you could then deal with the Lathy stuff, I think. That's the logical argument at like the center of the things.
It kind of, the thing with the whole dragons thing, because you've got saving Baroon isn't the same as saving Reliquiae. You're not going to play, if the dragons are the best hand you can play, really, you're not going to use the dragons to save Baroon. You're going to need the dragons to save Reliquiae long after you've saved Baroon. that's so the sequence of events, and this occurred to me more on the rewatch, is that you're going to want the dragons, but maybe a bit later. And when I made my prediction for this episode, my thinking was that you choose one place, you save that place, but there'll be a penalty to the other place. So then maybe, I thought it'd be quite interesting, and I did kind of think that ultimately they would choose Baroon. I didn't think it would be quite so spicy to get there. Of course, I haven't quite got there yet. But you save Baroon, then you go to Laffy. Oh no, Yilda's killed the stag. What do we do now? And that's the penalty for choosing Laffy second. Because it's very hard on a story that's kind of on rails to have meaningful choice for the players. Where you can affect choice is where you have two things you need to do. The party can then choose what order they do those things in, and with it comes a consequence. And that's kind of what I was hoping to see, and I think that's kind of how it's going. But I think logically, I got swayed more to the Baroon argument, felt stronger logically, but there was never a sense anyone tried to engage with that discussion in that point of the episode. But ultimately, everyone was tired and broken and mourning, and everyone just needed to have a long rest.
If I can also just add one like extra little thing on that like personal side, and it's like I could also just kind of be like reading it wrong, but I just thought this was interesting, and on a type of things of like, again, emotionally I'm sort of agreeing with Elwyn here because like the indication feels a little bit like sort of weird to me. It was like ultimately it sort of basically came down to them being like, oh, you only want to do this because, you know, like some of your family is basically there, and you know, basically everyone else has pretty much like lost their family, and you're the only one who basically has theirs left. So like, you know, you've kind of, I don't know, it's like you've got it like better kind of sort of like element to it. But the thing that I'm sort of sitting there thinking, sort of like going through that, I was thinking of it just when I was watching it. It's like, I don't know if the implication is that, you know, Elwyn should just be okay with like sacrificing her family, because surely if like, you know, what, like, I'd even argue coming from literally having come from this place, seeing how like losing a god to all the kobolds like negatively affects them and all of that, you'd argue you want to keep like what elements you can closer and try to, you know, want to try and like help keep those things alive. I think it's very valid to want to try and keep your family alive after seeing fucking gods dying and all of this friggin' stuff happening. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of think it's a bit of it almost feel, for me, it just kind of felt like a bit of an ask for the situation to kind of come down to being like, Elwyn, you have to kind of morally be okay with giving up with like potentially giving up your family, because we all kind of gave up. All of our families have kind of been like given up and dead. And it's like, I know that's probably not where that was like sort of intended to go, but that almost kind of like read like that in a little bit of a way to me. And I was like, oh, I don't agree with that one, Chief. I was going to be reading it wrong.
So maybe I'll pull on this and do my bit here, and then we'll finish up and talk predictions on 40. I think it's much more difficult, Harry, and you'll know this from doing a bit of game design yourself, right? When you give the player agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that agency has a family component. I think most players, most people, right? When there's a family component, unless they've had a really bad family experience, right? That when that family component, that trumps literally everything else, right? Your child, your parent, whatever, you do anything to save that person, right? Like the idea that you would do anything else at all, given a choice whether to assist or what have you, a family member, especially your father, by the way, right? Who you didn't see. Like, there's a reason why games don't put you in that situation, right? Because it just makes it makes very little sense that you would make the other choice, right? Now, I'm sure there's contrarians out there who would pick the other choice, right? But the idea that you would make any other choice is kind of is is very unusual, right? So, so many games, the person with no memory. I mean, we've got probably all of the tropes, right, in this group. We got the person with no memory. We got the person whose family was killed by the bad guy. We've got the people whose family left them, right, etc. We've got all of those kind of, and Elwyn is not the typical heroine here, right? Who has essentially nothing to lose other than the quest that's in front of them, right? So how they navigate that, I think, will be interesting, right? Because it's not a typical way of, if Ben were here, he'd be like, yeah, that's narratively interesting, right? To have a different type of roadblock or hurdle to jump over, right? I think it also gets to the question, and you guys know I love hey, is this a evil character act or not, right? Yeah, it's kind of evil, right? To be sitting there and going, I think as Shannon was saying, right, earlier, to be kind of like, actually, like, you're blaming everybody else for this situation, right? Like, it's not so, and they've got just as much to lose as you do. You're making this out like you've got more to lose, and that's just not true, right? That's pretty selfish, actually, right? So I can understand why you're doing it for all the things I just said about, well, if as soon as you bring family into it, it almost always trumps everything, right? But you're not presenting this argument particularly well, right, for why this is so important for you, right? And that's a really difficult, position to be in, right? As far as consequence is concerned, I think it's always, if you're talking about a game after the fact, you can always have a discussion about why you made choice A or B, or why you did A or B thing. And you can have a lot of discussions with other people, right? About, well, what were the consequences of that A or B decision? When you're in the moment making the decision, you don't have any of that context to go on, right? So I think it's really interesting, but at the same time weird that the community would be like, oh, there will be consequences for this decision. If you do this thing, then some bad stuff will happen over here. You guys don't know that. That story isn't written, right? So let's be really careful about casting this in the gaze of like, yeah, I am on rails and I am playing this RPG when I can, like, if I go over here, this town burns. If I go over here, this town burns. I don't think it's as I mean, let's give Harry some credit, right? In how he's setting the world up, where it's not this kind of binary choice, right? I think there was a lot of casting this in the moment, in particular, especially the party, of like this being a binary choice. Like, it's not a binary choice, guys, right? You got all sorts of options here. So stop arguing like about the binary choice, right?
Binary choice that might not exist.
That might not exist. You may have other things that come up in roadblocks that make it so that you can't go to Lathy right now, right?
Again, case in point, not knowing what the fudge they'll even be doing in Lathy,
or what they'll even been doing, right? The same thing that can occur in Baroon. There, the Gloam army is between them and Baroon. You ain't getting to Baroon. Sorry. Unless you want to try and basically fight your way through this, blockade, right? And maybe that's something they want to do. So I think it was probably the reality of, being late in the session, et cetera, and emotions run high. I know we talked about a lot of potential crazy ways in which, Elwyn leaves the party and we've got a split party for like 3 episodes, like all this kind of crazy stuff that obviously could happen. But I think it's pretty unlikely, that's that that's going to happen, right? They've got to kind of reconcile this point.
It's the meme of, you know, like the oversized, like comedically large novel of just the oversized novel and like the really slimmed down version. The really slimmed down version is basically like the story if the gang sit down and talk tomorrow. If the gang just sit down and talk tomorrow.
So that, I mean, that was kind of my perspective, was like everyone was saying, everyone was picking sides and everything. And I'm like, this wasn't even in the decision-making time. That's kind of what they all talked about in Action Surge. It's literally just a discussion. Because they can't go anywhere right now anyway. They need to rest. So it was pretty much just Elowen telling them how it is. And them just being like, okay, but we need to consider this. And it grew from there. And so it's one of those situations where, they all need to get some rest and then have an actual discussion as opposed to whatever that was, because it pretty much was just this is what's going to happen. They were like, okay, but like, first of all, we shouldn't even be having this conversation yet. But second of all, like, we have other options here. And then it just kind of ballooned from there, as these things often do. And I mean, everyone's kind of already picked their side. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think anybody's wrong. I think everybody's got a real valid point. And I don't think, insulting your friends is the best way to make your point either. I think you lose me a little bit when you start going there, because she had me. I was like, you're right, girl. We can't abandon Barun. Though at the same time, we also sent somebody. I was sitting there going, guys, you asked the children to send somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody's on there, could already be on their way there. And, I mean, a lot of stuff feels like it's been forgotten. The messenger, Dolly having the note from Radiant. Like, there's a lot of stuff we never finished covering from the children arc. But it's like, there's so much already up in the air. We're already doing this. We can't even leave yet. And so, like I was saying, if I had to pick, I would go to Ponvin, get to Society, the next closest city, get information, find out what's going on, and then make a decision. Because you can't do anything with the lack of information that you have. The information you were given is also probably outdated. So it's like, you can't just run off to Barun. Like Doc was saying, there could be an army there. We need information. Go to Ponvin. You're halfway between the two locations. And then you can decide what you want to do. Because you can't just run in. You have no information at all. You have no idea what's going on. The kobolds certainly don't know anything. So, like, who are you going to ask?
That's like asking a bunch of children a question, right? Like,
so it's,
I'm sure we could dissect literally every barb that was thrown, and it probably doesn't benefit us too much here. But I expect we can all agree that Elowen lost some. She really did feel like the voice of reason, caution, and care. And this was out of character with that. I did see in spoiler chat an interesting comment that Elowen's behavior has changed substantially since she has had the two-handed greatsword, which of course has the necrotic damage. I don't know whether Holly is leaning into that. I expect not, but it's completely possible that she is. Certainly her Elowen's behavior is not as squeaky clean, shall we say?
Yeah.
As it was previously. Nor were, I expect another thing we can all agree on, nor were the arguments for going to Lathy particularly strong.
Yes.
That's why we needed a real conversation, not just everyone saying, like, it started off as a literal, like, this is what's going to happen. It's like, and if you don't do what I want you to do, I won't forgive you. And it's like, we have to nap.
Yeah,
we have to eat. We have to sleep. You've literally just hit us with an ultimatum, and like we just saw a god die. Like, everyone's kind of going through it right now, and it's kind of like, it was just like, obviously I'm sure if they all sat down and had a conversation, more of them would be like, yeah, you're right, maybe we should go to Barun. But it was the fact that it was like so accusatory of a conversation, so like
So
like,
rapidly.
so
right?
rapidly. Like I said, the ultimatums are thrown around. Obviously, like once you kind of go at Radiant's not gonna listen anymore because Radiant's just kind of like, well, you don't even care what I have to say anyway, so why should I even say anything?
He loves a battle.
Yeah. So it's like, and I'm sure, like I said, if they had this conversation, like if they had gone, okay, we really need to talk about this, but we can't do anything now anyway. Let's go get some rest. We could talk about it in the morning. It could have been an entirely different situation, but like, obviously, and for understandable reasons, like I hate when I have to have conversations where I have to keep going understandably, like blah, I shouldn't have to defend my position. Like, obviously I sympathize and empathize with every character's situation, thought process, because I'm sitting there watching the same story they are. But that's not how you have a discussion on what we should do next, is telling the party, here's what I think we should do, and if you don't do what I need you to do, I won't forgive you. That's not how you
And I'm gonna go and do it anyway.
Yeah, no matter what
Right.
you do, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, then you're not giving them a choice, and you're not actually including them in the decision making, because you could have, obviously she wants the party to come with her. Obviously, like, Dolly would probably go with her if it came down to it. I feel like Radiant actually would go with her if, like, you just give him 5 minutes. Give him a Snickers and a nap, he'd probably actually go with her. Because I think he does care about these people, and I think if enough of them went, he'd be like, I can't not go with them. I think Kel is the one who, like, I think Kel wants to go to Lathy too. That's his home. Like, it's difficult. It's a difficult choice. And you're right, it's not binary, but it was made binary. And that's where the problem comes in.
It didn't need to be made binary.
It should have been
right?
a discussion, yeah, and it wasn't. And then it became a binary decision by virtue of how the discussion went. So obviously we'll see what happens in the morning after they've gotten some rest, done what they need to do, revisit the discussion, see how the players are feeling about their characters in that moment, and if they want to have them change their minds, or like have them talk more one-on-one instead of in a group. But everybody's kind of going through it, and I think everyone just needs a nap and a Snickers.
They will have had... I do think the dynamic as well, this is very much zooming out and thinking about the practical realities of doing a show like this. When you film 2 days in a row and it's these types of episodes and you're at the end of that episode, you're kind of at the end of your rope, right?
Yeah.
So... yeah, it'll be interesting.
Things you want to say, you things you want to
do. 3 or whatever weeks between the filming of 39 and 40. It's going to be interesting.
Do you think there'll be like an off-camera discussion pre-filming of 40? Or I suppose they filmed it now, so do you think they would have done that?
I can't imagine that, given...
I wouldn't think it would be a planning conversation. I think it might be one of those like, hey guys, this conversation got really heated last time, so before we go in, kind of like they've had to do that before. They've like, I think did Ben and Aoife have a conversation like that? So they could have one of those, let's all hold hands. Yeah, let's hold hands. Let's agree we all don't hate each other. Like that kind of a pre-go in before we have another argument conversation, not necessarily a planning conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you put your party mates on the back foot, then you realize potentially that you pushed it a little bit too far, and then everybody is just like, whoa, did we really just agree that you were leaving? Because if you are, then the consequences for that are your character is gone and you reroll, right? Or we do something dramatic, right? Which obviously they could do here. I don't think they're prepared for that. So if we're not prepared for that, let's dial it back a little bit and let's figure out a way in which to narratively make that make sense, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see what plot hooks they potentially use to do that, right? Because I think that does make that does make sense. It does not make sense. I think Holly even said this afterwards when we had her in the watch party, that like it does not make sense to split the party. They talked about that in Action Surge. Like we're not running 2 guys in Barun and 3 in halfway across the world in Lathy, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That's just, sorry, no. In a home game, maybe you can do that, but not here with this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably potentially we have a spicy start to 40. Anything else on 39?
I know we
As
just talked about
we
it not
come
being
up-
binary choices.
As
but
we
like
come up on, go ahead, Harry.
the only thing I just wanted to sort of say is like, even though everything you have all basically said there is completely 100% objectively correct, I'm bad at explaining any of my points, but yeah, I'm with you folks on that. On the flip side, I really like Jazzy's suggestion about a consequence of not going to Lathy being that friggin' Yilda friggin' like kills the stag or something, because Yilda's from Lathy. Yilda would probably know. I just like that. I just want to say I think that's cool, and I think maybe I just need to like analyze this a lot more, but like I'm most interested in the path of most pain and suffering, but like I mean politely. I mean I'm I'm saying that I don't, but like I find the like stuff like this where it's kind of like all very much blown up and it's like that kind of thing. I'm really like interested in like how they're gonna basically just sort of get out of it, and I hope it's not just as simple. I'm like hoping it's not just as simple as, you know, one side just kind of conceding. I think it needs to be a little, there definitely needs to be the element of everyone basically reconciling and be a bit like, I went about this the completely wrong way, and you know, take some, is a element of like, I think taking accountability that's definitely needed there. But I hope this doesn't just get immediately cleared. It doesn't get immediately cleared up in the first like scene of next session.
In the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I hope we let it. I hope we let it linger. I hope we let it linger because I love my. I love my tension.
Jazzy have the final word.
I'm evil like
on 39.
Final word on 39. Gosh, there's so much to say about 39. An episode that had almost 2 intros because they had essentially did a fresh intro after the ad read and derailed for 15 minutes. It's an episode that had everything. It started with themselves and a portal to the Shadowfell. You got Carl, you got murder, you had drama, and a long rest. Goodness knows what's going to happen in episode 40. I can't wait to find out. And I can
We
hear
have
dogs.
only a week to wait. 40. I'm just gonna go and jump right in with my prediction that with Shan starting, I think they will go to Ponvin.
Oh, you took mine.
Boo.
Unbelievable.
I will say that you took mine as well because that was I wrote a few down. That was one of mine.
if Shan,
I'll
you
go
want
last because I've got a pretty rare
come up with another
prediction.
if you want, they will go to Ponvin, which since you said it first. I will go with the dogs are barking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a prediction?
Yeah.
dogs, they bark.
I'm trying
bold
to
prediction.
ignore them.
I'll tell you what, in terms of resolving, here is a really unlikely, but that Radiant is the voice of reason, and he is the one who resolves the conflict of what to do next and where to go.
That's a great prediction.
That-
I love that.
I mean, I think thematically it would kind of make sense. I don't know why it does, because in my head I went, that makes sense to me, but I can't quite verbalize why.
Yeah, man.
It feels like one of those things where it's like he, by virtue of him not knowing anything about himself, he kind of gets the opportunity to know things about other people and other things. So I could see him kind of being like, yeah, they were nice to me. Maybe we should go help them because it's the right thing to do. Because of his whole, like, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. So I could see it.
Do you think Harry tries to diffuse the situation slightly by having Radian have a vision?
None of his visions are, like, current, though. They're always
True.
of something else. So, like, I mean, maybe it would depend on if he has Radian, like, specifically do a roll on his
A roll.
trance, because he doesn't always.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot
All
of
right.
what ifs. A lot of maybes.
Shan, you're going with they go to Ponvin.
I was trying to see if I could come up with another
else?
one. I think if Elowyn apologizes to anyone, I think she's gonna apologize to Dolly first.
Okay. If
Okay.
anyone apologizes to anyone, it's Dolly first.
I don't know. I'm trying to throw something in a
Oh,
little
that's
like
a good
smaller.
one. That's a good one.
Like,
I
because Ponvin, even if they decide that, who even knows when they'll decide that?
also got you've also got an extra caveat as well. If Elowyn apologizes to anyone, means it
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily
'cause-
have to happen. So you've added an optional.
Well, because you said you hope that it's not resolved right at the beginning, and like it could be that there's more arguing before, I don't know. It's hard when something is this like there's a lot of meta and like there's big stuff and small stuff happening, so it's hard to come up with like a prediction. I already have a hard time doing it, but it's harder when like you want to try to think of the bigger picture, but also the more personal game, and you're not really sure where that even is gonna land. It's tough.
Early, yeah.
So if they resolve, do you think they will resolve this as the first thing that they do, or will they attempt to exit the cave here, etc., get to the surface, make sure that they can leave the gloam area, etc., before making the decision about where to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in my opinion, and I think what I'm hoping one of the characters emphasizes is that we need more information, and we can't even, like, it's almost like you can't even leave without more information. So yeah, I do hope maybe they give it some time. Like, let's get out of these caves first. Let's get our stuff together. Let's figure out, just getting out, because the gloam could still be outside this cave. And then once we're out and moving, we can go from there. I'm kind of 50-50. I'm of two minds, because I feel like some of them won't want to make the decision. Like, they want to make it first. I feel like Elowyn will definitely want them to decide before they leave. So it's kind of hard to say, but in my opinion, I think they should leave first, because they don't even know if they can leave. So.
True.
Yeah.
True. All right. Harry.
Oh, I was gonna go last potentially because I think mine has the least likelihood of getting sniped. So Jazzy, do you want to go first, or do you not have one yet?
Well, mine was the going to Ponvin one, because that stemmed really from after the watch party when we looked at the maps, because originally I thought they'd use Taliska for the same reason, but Ponvin's location makes it viable to not commit, and also it's that argument that you made, Shan, about gathering information. I think that's the key thing. They'll defer making a decision, but that's already been covered, and I think that it makes a lot of sense. So you do yours first while I try and think of something else, because
I mean,
So here's-
I'm sorry, I'm so smart.
So
no, it's great.
here's a question for you guys, all of you. Had they filmed 40 before the watch party?
I don't remember this because I remember asking this and I don't remember the answer.
I think Holly said that they had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
they have
Because I was just wondering whether our discussion with everybody afterwards, etc., and community reaction actually affects the way in which 40 rolls.
If it would infect anything, it would affect how 41
I don't think so.
happens.
Holly wasn't even paying attention for much of our conversation because she was doing work. So like she wasn't even clued into what anybody was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a goodly while.
Go.
What I was gonna do, so I'm gonna give you a 3 for conquer on this one. The first one is gonna be that the title is gonna reference reconciliation in some way, the concept of it. Okay. So it doesn't have to have the word reconciliation. Title's gonna be some kind of reference you can make. Be like, okay, this is like referencing to reconciliation.
And it's gonna be how many words?
I'm not predicting that.
Okay.
Not predicting that one. Whatever, and the second part of the prediction is whatever the initial immediate plan set ends up being, it's gonna get diverted in some way.
Okay.
Namely, for example, the gang make a choice about what they're gonna do, and then they realize it's not that simple because they have to get through the gloam. That counts as a diversion, I think. Do you want the third? I'll say the third part of it. We can either add it to it, or this can be one left on the floor if Jazzy still needs one. My prediction is gonna be like that the kobolds have some kind of like either secret way to freaking fast track the gang out of here, so we don't have to deal with the freaking gloam nonsense.
Okay.
I was thinking that when I was giving my answer, but I didn't want to commit. So that's a good one.
I can either take that one, or maybe Jazzy. Is that something that you any of those you click onto?
I mean, I kind of thought there might be some kind of combat encounter that would involve the kobolds in some way against the remainder of the globe.
Ooh.
Okay.
That would be cool.
You want to pop that as a prediction?
That's
Gonna
my
be
prediction.
gloam combat encounter.
Yeah, gloam combat encounter, which will involve the kobolds, because that will
With kobold
introduce
helpers?
us to them as a mechanic, as a kind of dress rehearsal for maybe later.
Tutorialization. We love it.
It's either because it was either that or my wild card would have been they return to Haven,
Ooh.
because that's where the spy would have come back from. That would be their way of getting into it, but it's the wrong direction, so
Yep.
they're unlikely to do that. So I think we'll go with the combat encounter with the gloam.
Admittedly, it wasn't that far, so they could still do it. Yeah.
But again, it's kind of riffing off other predictions about the need to get info. So we'll
Cool.
go with the combat.
Cool.
Sweet.
I've gone with the triple threat. Reconciliation in the title, somewhere referenced in the title-ish. The immediate plan ends up getting diverted in some way. Kobolds have a way of fast tracking everyone out because we don't want to deal with the freaking combat right now. Lock it in.
Excellent. Right. Anything else?
No.
All right.
What an episode.
It is time for Mop Up. My week has...
God.
Oh my God, Harry. My week
very,
has been so crazy that my mop has not moved from its previous location here. Anything we need to discuss?
Very bell tower.
Fairy Bell Tower. Yes. I guess this is a perfect time for us to reveal that this will be Harry's last episode with us for a while. He's going on sabbatical.
Harry had terrible opinions about episode 39, asked to leave Six-Pack Podcast.
He needs to go and think about his choices for a
Think
little
about
while.
what he's done.
Need to go and dissect why I keep wanting the path of pain and suffering to keep happening.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Or maybe you're going with Elwyn to Baroon by yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Look, Elwyn has to go to Baroon. Friggin' look.
So
He's
Harry's
trying
gonna...
to avoid
I
doing
got
the
a
evil Easter
weapon.
raids. He's
I got
trying
a
to
weapon,
avoid
I'm
doing
ready.
the evil
Avoid.
Easter raids.
So Harry's going
get
on...
me the
Go ahead.
freaking get me the natural 6 ornament ninja stars.
Mhm.
I'm locked in. I've got
Then you're locked
range.
in.
I've got melee. Let's go.
So Harry will not be disappearing completely from everything, but he will be
Yeah.
going on sabbatical for a bit, which means he will not be with us. for a few months, but we have got some cool revolving and rotating hosts,
Harry.
which you will see next episode. Looking forward to that. Thanks very much for everything over the last little bit, Harry. We look forward to welcoming you back.
Yeah, totally. I'll be back, just going for a bit. Yeah, it's a shame that I'm gonna like miss the proper like 1 year thing, but the 1 year thing. But it's been really cool. This has been so cool. And
Maybe
the
you
fact it's coming to you is
can
awesome.
phone in a. We need to. Maybe you can phone in something each episode for us.
Maybe.
Like a little
Yeah, maybe.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that could be good.
Harry's moment or whatever, 30 seconds or less.
Harry's
Yeah.
fave moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
has to be
like-
30 seconds this time.
just like in Action Surge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's true. Harry's favorite moment of the episode.
Oh my god, that's so good. Yeah,
Excellent.
I like that.
All right.
I like that.
I
That could be
like
good.
that. That was Shan's idea, so we're
Well
going
done.
with it.
Great one.
Let's roll some polling.
Yeah. It's almost my bedtime already. Isn't that crazy? I hate my new opening time.
Your current
Yeah. I have to like smash some dinner or something before I go to bed or I'll wake up hungry.
hungry.
Gonna use Kickstarter dice. You know what? I'm just gonna throw it out the can. Oh my god, that went.
He's stuck. Come here.
And my
Come here.
percentile's stuck. Come on.
Yeah, my D20 got stuck on a ridge in the tower.
Boding well for
Okay.
the bath bomb dice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see.
Here we go.
All right.
Calculator. But still to this day, I can't do the math.
82.
It's not great.
Oh! I mean, oh no.
All right.
Says the worst poker
I will
face.
just write my number directly in the sheet, which is 86.
64.
64 for Harry.
Right middle of the road.
Final below average, unfortunately.
54.
Shan 54.
The rolls
Jazzy
are bad.
150. What?
If
No.
only. I will just say, I'll just double check that I've not misread this one. No. So for the D4, I got a 1. For the D6, I got a 1. Yet somehow, due to all the other dice, I rolled 127.
What?
I got
Oh
a
my
90.
God.
I got a 90.
90 on the
14.
percentile, right? Yeah.
90 on the
I'm so
percentile,
sad.
14 for the D20, and then I got 7s for the 10, the 12, and the 8.
That's
I'm
crazy.
never getting good roly-polies.
That's probably the best ever roll.
So
I've ever done.
127, Jesse?
I will double check. 104, 111, 118, 125, 126, 127. Yes, 127. Wow.
That's amazing.
Right on. Well, then let's roll initiative, do some shutouts, and get out of here. Yeah?
I got a 3.
I got a 4.
13.
Didn't we do this last time?
I think
that
so,
happened
yeah.
last time. Scripted show. Can't believe it.
Yeah.
11.
Okay, I win.
Yay.
Winner.
13. Yeah, I suck at roly-polies, but at least I get high
Hey.
initiative for some
Yep.
reason.
Get to choose first or last.
I'll go first just to get it over with. Shout out to you guys and shout out to Harry. Good luck with your sabbatical. And your smash stuff. Hope you smash better. What else? Shout out to Jazzy for getting
You broke
well.
Harry. That's why he needs a sabbatical.
Yep. Because I was trying to figure out the best way to say that I hope you play Smash good. I don't know. That's what I
Yeah.
came up with.
Thanks.
Shout out to Jazzy for getting well and
Thank
coming
you.
back. Shout out to Adira for bringing me toy mice and a toy pineapple or something. I don't know. During the show, you did great, Adira. Thank you.
Yep.
Shout out to Holly, who probably had to see some nonsense this week. Shout out to Ben and Alex for their Golden Joystick nominations. And shout out to all of you listeners because I'm tired and can't think of any more shout outs.
You're great.
Shout out to everyone else who did the gritty run as well.
Oh,
Excellent.
Yeah.
With your 3, do you want to go next, Harry, or you want to make up the rear?
I gotta go at the end because I got a 3.
Okay. Jazzy.
okay. So first of all, shout out to the 3 of you. Thank you for having me back, especially after I was meant to be back last time. So thank you for giving me another
It's almost like
chance.
we like you, Jazzy.
I know, it's mad, but no, seriously, thank you. Thank you for having me back and accommodating my just me. Thank you. It's been great fun as it was last time and as it was this time. Thank you. Thank you to Elfanriel for those wonderful transcripts. I've seen people in on the Discord saying how much of a help that is, and Harry McIntyre himself, has praised that. I just feel it was just a great bit of work, and for him to do that again for episode 39, definitely a worthy shout out. My friend Tracy at work gets a shout out. Bless her, she had some major surgery about 3 weeks ago. She's already back at work part-time. She's recovering really well. She looked after me when I was new to my role, so she was a bit of a mentor to me. I'm just really pleased that she's doing well, and so I'm going to give her a shout out. And shout out to the wider six pack, to Natural Six, and to video games for just being cool. That's all from me.
Very good. Thanks, Jazzy. From me, thanks to you guys again for sticking with us and having fun. 18 episodes in. We'll be at 20 soon, hopefully, unless Shan decides that she too wants to go on a sabbatical, and then I'll be here by myself. With more rotating guests. Thanks for joining us, Jazzy, even after your man flu week last time. Otherwise, I think you guys had all the other shoutouts. Great to see all the stuff from Althranul, of course. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 40. It's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, really is.
Harry, close us out, buddy.
I will close us out. Yeah. So shout out to everyone who has watched up to this point, whether that be your first episode or your 18th episode. That's really cool. It's really cool that like some people watch like the stuff that we say, even though I don't know how to say any sentences in the correct order. Shout out to Jazzy for being able to make it here. Really appreciate it. It's always just kind of fun and just kind of having like some extra little curveballs in terms of my like brain thinking. It's like pretty cool. And yeah, shout out to like Shannon Doc. It's been really cool like being part of the podcast for a little bit. And sorry I'm gone for a little bit, but I'll be back at some time. And yeah. Also in terms of shout out to the Natural Six Ninja Star. I really like it. I think it's really cool, and I really hope that I can get in the merch drop 3. I want to have let's do a joke one while I think if there's another one that I can think of. Shout out to the concept of baths, so they can have bath bombs in them.
Okay.
Because that's pretty cool that you can do that with like water. Shout out to chemistry, just the field of chemistry in general. It's pretty great. In all seriousness, the last thing that I'll shout out like my main D&D group. So that's Mabruk, Lancelot, Sunny, Kane, and Mariam. Yeah, you're really cool people to play D&D with, and I've already ranted to you about my thoughts on episode 39 to these guys, whilst they kind of like nodded and said, okay, Harry. Just because it's got some fun recurring themes, and it's probably the reason why I enjoy campaigns where there's lots of like character conflict, because we sure have a lot of character conflict in our game. Yeah, and thank you for whoever made podcasts.
Right.
Excellent. Can you do us all a favor, Harry? Have you still got the sunglasses?
Oh God.
Can you do an I'll be back for us with the sunglasses?
Oh my God.
I'll be back.
Oh wow.
Excellent.
Incredible.
Right. Bye, guys.
Bye.